Ladies and gentlemen, welcome frickin' back. Oh my god. I should look up the date. It's been over 2 months at this point. Some people asked, why was the dark so long? I want to explain super quickly. It's because the dark was only like 2 weeks, which is a pretty normal time for a long dark. The problem was the extra weeks on top of that where I had nothing. Which I've been mentally calling non-darks, where I didn't have a computer and didn't have internet and didn't have a bed. It was very unpleasant. So that's great. And that's kind of why this took so freaking long. Yeah, it was the void. It was the void. Because contractors and the electrician, who at some point in time should come in. We're not done, by the way. He's still got to come by at some point. Finish putting that light in. Finish putting in a bunch of other lights. Finish setting up the new outlets in the basement. Finishing up all the stuff in the kitchen. And arguably most importantly of all, doing the breaker upgrade, which is going to require turning off street power. So I'll be the entire house will be completely without power for a while there. So at some point, I don't know when, in the near future, hopefully near future, all the power is going out, and I obviously won't be able to stream on that day, or those days, or however long that freaking lasts. So that's where we're at with that. Someone asked about the car. No, not really, Zar. Someone asked about the car. So I don't have the title yet. It hypothetically was mailed to me. You know, I'm still waiting on that to get there. I was told there's going to be a wait, so I'm not super stressing about that yet. But at some point in the future, I'm going to get the title to my car. Freaking finally. That's been since February, by the way. And then I'll be able to go and tag and plate my car finally and pay whatever fees are owed for that, because... So, that's another pause I'm going to have to do in the streaming. I almost put out the dark some more, but I really kind of... I need to get back to friggin' streaming. So, we're going to get interrupted at least twice before we actually get to everything. You're also probably wondering why we're not playing FF11. The answer is Blade Travol. Literally, just directly him. So, I was trying to find... Hang on, Linnerth. I have an idea. Yeah, best case scenario is twice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with the DMV again, in the near future. Hopefully near future. Keep saying near. I shouldn't decide this so definitively. Anyways, point being, why we're not playing FF11 today is because, so for those of you not aware, we have a big tradition of every time we come back from a dark, and we did actually have a real dark. I did get a lot of actual work done. The movie reviews are on the website. Thank you, everyone who actually noticed that without me telling you that. You made my day. But yes, the tradition is to come back from a dark and then to play something terrible, to play an awful game. Because, we're fresh, we're refreshed. It's the perfect time to dive in and just play some schlock, right? So we're going to play some schlock today. And I was going to play FF11 today, and that was the plan until very recently. Until several people were like, hey, listen, you suck and I hate you. And I'm like, okay, well, what if I move the FF11 date? And they're like, well, we'll hate you slightly less. So I was trying to find a time that would actually fit everyone's schedule. And that's going to be June 5th. We're going to go ahead and start up FF11 on June 5th. That's where that's at. So what do we do in the meantime? Well, obviously we have a whole queue of games to get through. And that's cool. So whatever. But none of those are awful games. Or at least I don't think so. Because it's funny, if we had Homeworld 3, we could just play Homeworld 3 and be done with it, right? But if you look at the upcoming queue, like, someone type exclamation mark next really quick into chat. Because we've got Homeworld, Deserts of Karak, Homeworld 1, Homeworld Cataclysm, right? So those are all good games. We've got Jedi Fallen Order. That's a good game. Also, we have the Sonic blocks. That's a little out of order at this point. And I don't think any of those are going to be particularly bad games. So none of the games in the list really qualified other than FF11. Indeed, I had actually staggered the queue very deliberately to be bad game, FF11, and then nothing but joy after that. That's all thrown out the window now. So I had to come up with something. And this week, I had the random-ass idea of, you know what, since I've already got that video, which at this point in time was already made, of what if Final Fantasy IV was a bad game? Well, the good news here is we know exactly what Final Fantasy IV would be like if it was a bad game. No, this is going to be miserable. I have no idea why people like this game. No offense, Valerian. I've never even beaten this game because I hated it so much. Also, this is really loud. And I can't do anything about that? So I'm just gonna ah! Okay, let me just do this. There we go. It's still deafening to me! God damn, that's loud! Ugh. Okay. Please tell me I have some kind of frickin' audio control. Please. For the love of God, that was actually painful. So normally I would give like a positive to, you know, like opening cinematic, but I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't think that deserves one. Like at most it would be just like a technical positive. It's just like, hey, remember FF4? And that's it. Nothing was conveyed there of any note or substance. It's like, it's actually, I can use an immediate comparison because I just reviewed this. It's like the FF14 Stormblood cinematic. There's nothing there. Nothing's going on. And don't tell me Square can't put actual storytelling in their cinematics, because I've seen the Heavensward trailer, and I've seen the Shadowbringers trailer. I've seen the Dawn Trail trailer. I still can't turn down this goddamn volume. Okay. We may have to do this the old-fashioned way, but first, I wanted to see what Dragon Player donated towards, because Dragon Player really wants me to be deafened right now. Thank you very much for the deafening, Dragon Player. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards... Moomin... Oh my god. I'm getting... No! Hang on. Moomin Troll... What? Hang on. Moomin Troll... Winter's Warmth. Whatever the heck that is. Ah, here it is. Found it. I found it. Apparently it just came out. This is so loud. You guys are at negative 20 decibels for a bit of perspective. So however loud it is to you, it's much louder to me. Okay, and we'll charge this many hours. And Judo Joker's back. Also, I saw your story, lol, Judo Joker. Splinter Cell, Double Agent. Far Cry 2. Interrogation. Thank you, Judo Joker, as always. Oh my god, okay, I gotta take that out of my headphones for a second. So, real quick. What is After Years? Why is this the worst Final Fantasy game? Well, let's talk about that. Because the story of the creation of After Years is actually kind of funny to me. So, once upon a time, it's a game called Final Fantasy IV. You've probably never heard of it. It came out in 91. I'm just going to say that one more time. Final Fantasy IV came out in 1991. I feel like that needs to be explained again, that it's been 1991. Anyways. It might not be the worst. It probably is. Hold on. That is just a little bit too much here. You know, just... God damn it, Judo Joker. It is so much that it invoked Judo Joker. No, I think After Years is going to score worse than FF11. I really do. I don't know if it'll score worse than FF13. Because apparently I just hate every game that Valerian loves. That's just my life. Judo Joker... hang on, so that's going towards Hi-Fi Rush, Pokemon ZA, and Pokopia. Look, it's not my fault. I feel bad, Valerian. Hey, let's get some real music going. Can we do that? There we go. So, Final Fantasy IV, for those of you not aware, is the golden child in Japan, specifically in Japan. And because the Japanese are culturally xenophobic, I think is the nicest possible way I could put that. As a consequence, Japan game devs, across the board, not just Square, tend to not give a crap about any market that isn't Japan. Anybody who does is usually considered a wild child, right? Someone who's unusual. And there's all sorts of stuff. I actually talked about this a lot. The reason I bring that up is because Surging Phoenix just donated. Thank you, Surging Phoenix, very much. Always appreciate it. By the way, Brigwin, could you do me a weird favor? Could you get Lunate Ruth an invite to the Discord, please? Since I can't. For a lot of people, FF4 was their first FF. Dark Cloud, Naruto, and Skies of Arcadia. So, that has nothing to do with anything. FF4 is the golden boy. It's the same as Dragon Quest III. In Japan, Dragon Quest III and Final Fantasy IV are the golden boys. They're the ones that people think of when they think of those franchises. So if you ever wondered why Final Fantasy IV came out on the SNES 3 times, and then came out on the PlayStation 1, and then came out on the Game Boy Advance, and then came out on the DS, and then came out on the PSP, and then came out on the phone. No, not the smartphone. This was before that. And then came out on the smartphone. Also came out on the Wii. There was actually a special Wii version of that. Can't forget that one. And then finally we had the Pixel Remaster. And I think I'm missing a few. Oh yeah, I actually missed the Wonder Swans. That's 12 versions of Final Fantasy IV. And the best part is, almost none of these are actually a port. Almost every single one of these has different translation, different code, different items, different quests. It's insane. So, FF4 gets all the attention because it's the Golden Boy. That's it. That's all. It's the same basic concept as why FF7 tends to get the attention out. Hi, Rex. Outside of Japan. Go watch the video, Rex. It's why it's the same thing. Same concept. So, after Matrix Software had finished work on Final Fantasy IV on the DS, specifically, they were like, I really like FF4. I want to keep making FF4. Can we keep making FF4? And so several of the writers and scenario designers and director at the team reached out to Square and said, we want to keep making FF4. And so that turned into a conversation, a couple of lunches, you know how it goes with this kind of thing. And finally they decided, why don't we do a sequel? But they can't just do a sequel, right? They've got to do something special. So they decided to do this episodic thing. This is actually a big thing. If you remember, Square, this isn't even the only time Square did this in specific, but it was a big thing in Japan in general, where they would release episodes of a game piecemeal onto the phone. And once again, I don't mean what we nowadays think of as a phone. I mean what we used to think of as a phone. So, this is where Before Crisis came from in FF7, to use another example. And I feel like one of the Dimensions games is like this. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, it was flip phone stuff. It was extremely threadbare. They also did this with Kingdom Hearts, if I'm not mistaken. Ken X Cow. Thank you for the sub, Ken X Cow, as always. So naturally, they put this game together, released episodically, and then they ported it a few times. It came out on the PSP, it came out on the Wii, I just mentioned that, and then it came out on smartphones, which was later ported to PC. We are playing the PC version. I have actually played this game on the PSP. That's the version I have played specifically. And that's going towards Dirge of Cerberus, the other worst FF game, Pragmata, and Jack Block. And thank you, Dark Day, very much. I hope you have a good day, and not a dark day. Unless you want a dark day, in which case, never mind. Dragon Quest XI, beat 'em up. And Lore's Choice. So, I was familiar with After Years, because of course I was. It's Final Fantasy, and I keep, I've always kept my ear to the ground for things Final Fantasy related. There's a reason I knew the entire story of FF7 before it came out in the United States, right? So, can your phone play Crysis? Oh god, there's a timeline for you. Anyways. So what is After You? Why is it so terrible? Well, in case you didn't listen to me 5 seconds ago, I don't blame you, because I wouldn't listen to me either. This is a game that came out episodically on the frickin' flip phones. Now, obviously, it was later ported up a bit and made a little bit more modern, but, I feel like that says all it needs to, really. There are many complaints I could level at this game, but I want to mention just one. Yes, I did, Dahlia. And then I walked away from that because it became very quickly apparent that there was no point or purpose in doing so. Yeah, I was looking at this, and once upon a time, there was this thing that I was really into, that I may have talked about a few times. It's called continuity. I know you've never heard of it. And I can explain, if I can. Well, I guess I can turn the volume back up to normal. Well, no, let's leave it low for right now. Let's leave that right there. Continuity was something I was, for lack of a better way to put it, hungry for. Because I didn't have it. For those of you not aware, most of the fiction that I consumed, whether it was video game, show, or movie, was pretty anti-continuity. And that was kind of the thing from about the 60s to about, I'd say about 2010-ish, give or take. Most of the exceptions to that were exactly that. They were exceptions. This is actually the reason Babylon 5 drifted onto my plate 25 years ago, was because I was like, oh my gosh. And so I was in favor of basically any continuity. Any scrap of continuity I could get immediately made me more invested in whatever it was. The reason I bring this up is because if you know me now, which you don't, of course, because why would you know me? I'm a worthless garbage human being. But if you were interested in this worthless garbage human being, you would know that nowadays I'm not pro-continuity. I am pro good continuity. This game, this is not a joke, is why. This game broke me of my continuity lust by showing me what bad continuity looks like. It wasn't the first bad continuity I'd seen, of course. I've seen Darkwing Duck, just like everyone else has. Yeah, I'm pro-good story. No, it's exactly right, Tully. I'm pro-good story. It's the same thing I've talked about a lot. How many of you like a specific show or game or movie because it's the only thing that scratches that itch? No judgment. I'm the same way. We're all the same way. It's not necessarily a good game or good movie or good show, but by God, it's the only one that does that one thing. And that was continuity for me for the longest time. And like I said, this game broke me of that. It just made me go, okay, no. And that's the only hint I will give. The only thing approaching a spoiler that I shall share, because good God. And one last little tidbit, because this always amuses me to think about how recent this is. Whenever I think of After Years, I think it came out back in like the 90s. That is not true. The original one on the FOMA, that's the flip phone, came out in 2008. Very recent. The PSP version I played was 2011. The version we're playing came out in 2013. It's just weird to me to think about that this is that modern of a game. I'm probably thinking of the FF5 thing, which I'm never covering, Valerian, don't even ask. Yep, the Wii version came out in June 1st, 2009. Which I know, because I have it right here. What's really funny is the Wii version came out in the States before anyone else. Anyways, look, 2013 was basically yesterday, okay? Anybody knows my memory knows. It was just yesterday. It was just last week. Alright, let's jump into this. Let's turn on the extremely loud volume again. Okay, there go my ears. So, as you can see... Jesus Christ, game! As you can see, it's all episodic. I feel like I just mentioned this. So we're going to go and hit the first one here and see how this works. Theodore... I hate these names. Theodore, Crown Prince of Baron, defies his mother's wishes and joins the illustrious Red Wings to prove his prowess as a knight. But when the Red Wings are destroyed by an enemy ambush, Theodore alone must set out to save all he loves with the aid of a hooded stranger. Spoilers? God! Long ago, this blue planet was saved by the prayers of an entire people. 2 moons became one anew. That's not what happened. And time inexorably marched on. The day of departure has arrived for the heir of the Holy Paladin. In the skies above the airship, 2 moons rise listlessly, one ominously growing ever larger. Why has this dark harbinger returned? A new destiny has begun to unfold, and yet, as always, the crystals shed only their silent light. That's really cheap looking. By the way, the music is literally copy-pasted from FF4DS. You know, the worst version of the FF4 soundtrack. God, please tell me I could get an audio volume thing at some point. Captain Biggs! The Ottoman dial is in sight. Very good. Yes, yes. You don't look well, Prince Theodore. Prince of Baron, Theodore Harvey. I can tell you're nervous about this. After all, it is your first deployment. I don't know why I'm going with this voice, don't ask me. Try talking with some of the other soldiers to take your mind off matters. Cecil, to talk with people, walk up to someone and hit the talk button! Oh God, please, please let me have a menu. Oh, a menu! Oh my God, a menu. Oh, oh, oh God, I can hear again. I can hear again. This, what's funny is this is minimum. Like, the only below this is off. I can at least turn it back up, though. No, no. So let's turn that back up. There we go. Oh, my God. Wait, no. Okay. Why would you have a slider? What is wrong with you? Okay, so the first thing I want to call attention to is the thing underneath the quick save in this thing. Do you see that? It says phase. I want you to look at that window right there and learn to hate it. Just put it into your mind, the hatred that you will have for that. Right now, our effect is sword, nothing. White up, black down, shuriken, nothing. You know, Valerian, I'm going to be bashing the crap out of this game. I need you to know this. I need you to understand that I am going to be taking a baseball bat to this game. I mean, no offense by it. You know me. You know me. I don't mean any offense by it. I am not holding back in this goddamn game. We need to kill the moon! Okay, so... Okay, so let's talk to people. Hey, what's up? Your father, King Cecil, achieved knighthood by passing this trial himself. Did you know he actually served as captain of the Red Wings before becoming king? No! I had no idea that my father, who is the king, was a captain of the Red Wings before he became king. Please tell me more about my relationship with my father. What's a paladin? My God. Oh my God. It's at first line of dialogue from an NPC. Oh my God. Yes, remember, this is important. This is important. This was made for people who have already played FF4. This is a nostalgia grab. And you know my opinion of nostalgia grabs, but believe it or not, that's actually not my frustration with this game. Like, a nostalgia grab is irritating, but at least you can have something good out of it, right? That's not what this is. Okay, so hang on. That's a good point. Old people forget things. That's a good point. Wait, I'm a streamer? How did I click more to find out about my relationship to my job as a game reviewer? Sorry, As you know, your father is very important to you. Oh my God, okay. We're currently on our way to the Adamant Isle, a very small landmass in the middle of the ocean. Yes, I know that. This is the big trial I am doing to become a knight. I'm pretty sure I know where we're going. It is the staging ground for your initiation trial in becoming a knight, my lord. I know this! God! Even ignoring the fact that the character knows this, the player knows this because we just had that stupid narration. It goes without saying, of course, how overjoyed your father Cecil is to see you finally take on the task. I'm sure glad you're telling me that my dad is overjoyed to see me taking on this task, rather than my dad being here being overjoyed. God, that's just... It's peak. It's peak. I'm glad you liked it, Bio. I can't even go back. Okay. The Adamant Isle looks peaceful enough at first glance, I'll give you that. But there's this grotto there, a holy land of sort. All knight trainees train there at least once. I'm so proud of that. So somebody hang on real quick. Sorry for derailing for a second. Yeah, that's a good question. Why is Cecil not here watching his son do the big knight? I know, right, Valerian? It's like, why would Cecil... Okay, moving on. He's kinging. So he's banging like all the maids? Alright, I want you to know, some people asked why I insisted that the entire conversation between Rosa and Cecil happen in the video. I did that whole separate thing, right, where the giant portraits basically interrupting the gameplay. First of all, again, the whole point was to go down the list of all of the bad things that games do. And, you know, do all of those. Again, I have a spreadsheet. But the second reason was I was so proud of the dialogue of that I insisted that it be audible. I wanted people to hear that dialogue. Because I want you to know something. This is not a joke. Writing the dialogue for that video is one of the hardest things I've ever done as a writer. That was legitimately challenging. The actual way I approached in the end was I wrote what I would write if it was a good story, and then went back and made it worse. And it was usually several editing passes to drag it down. I know, Rex. I know. For my Mr. Red was the goblin, and Mr. Red actually put in a bunch of submissions for a lot of the monsters. But the moment I heard his goblin, I was like, no, that's it. That's it right there. That's the goblin. Monsters don't play favorites. Royalty or peasants, they aren't picky about their prey. It's just as true for us Red Wings too, I suppose. You may be Crown Prince of Baron, but it means nothing here on this ship. Why? Like, I'm literally your boss. Okay. Can we move on now? Oh, there we go. How are you feeling now, my lord? Better? I suppose so. I can certainly understand what you're going through, my lord. But considering your bloodline, there's nothing for you to be worried about. Yeah, we're quarter Lunarian, spoiler. My bloodline? Yes, as you know, Rosa is your mother and Cecil is your father. You've inherited the blood of two great heroes. Yes, I know who my parents are! Please don't tell me who my parents... Please. Please. Oh my god. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just another soldier being tested for knighthood. Oh yeah, I forgot Theodore is edgy. Edge. Don't kid yourself, boy. You're no soldier yet. You're nothing but a squire. Oh, this song is still going. Joining the Red Wings is an easy lark. It was back in King Cecil's day. I know that. That's why I'm here today to... be punched! And Theodore. You got a lot to learn, boy. Starting with how to keep that mouth of yours shut. This is literally... I should have just played this instead of making a video. I spent 3 days making that stupid video. I should have just played this. Seriously, I should have just done a theater of After Years. What in God's name? Oh my god. I'd like to argue a negative from music. Don't worry, I'll give it to FF4DS as well. I've been thinking about this for a while. Because if you remember, I've actually done a comparison of the music between the three FF4s. And the DS version's music sucks. Like, it's such a... hang on, I'll explain. Hang on. Okay. Let me explain why FF4DS's music sucks. And I can actually explain this because I've already analyzed this music. So, let me explain something. So, back in the SNES, there was a default sound chip which was just baked in. Right? Like, if anybody who makes a game on the SNES can just use the hardware that's on the SNES to produce sound, right? We call it the sound font. It refers to the instruments that a given game uses, okay? Back in the day, sound font was a little bit more important than nowadays, but even to this very day, people will use a specific font when it comes to that, which, again, just refers to the instruments they have access to, okay? You with me? So, that meant that the default sound font in the SNES wasn't great. In fact, actually, the easiest way to explain it, because I actually have a song here which uses the default sound font. If I can find it. Give me 1 second. Here we go. So, you hear this? Now, I don't want to sound too negative, but it's not great, right? It's kind of weak. The notes don't really have a lot of punch to them. And it sounds kind of MIDI, right? It's not actually MIDI. This, in fact, I think this technically predates MIDI. But the point being, it's not a great sound font. Yeah, it's very muted. The instruments are very muted. You can still make good music out of this, but it's never going to pop. Now, the thing is, one of the things this SNES could do was you could program a program. You could design a program. Shut up, Talia. You could. I know MIDI's old. I had never heard MIDI before this. That's all I'm going to say. Now, and now I've lost my train of thought. I hate you, Talia. This is all your fault. Why did you do this, Talia? Anyways, the sound sucks. What you could do is you could build a program that would be running during the game's operation, which would essentially be adding sound design to it. And it would change how the sound was literally being rendered. With this, you could create custom sound fonts. So then you have things like... Now, I know this is a Mega Man game, but do you hear the difference in those notes? Here's another random example. Here's another one. While we're here, the point is, one of the reasons that the SNES... Oh, no, the sound chip, the actual physical hardware on the SNES, was actually capable of some insane stuff. And you could add chips like Mega Man X1 did in order to really be crazy with how the music was designed. And yes, that is correct, Talia. It's why SFCs were so common for so long. And when you'd rip SNES or NES music, you'd rip what is effectively a tracker file, and then you just plug in your own instruments to that. So again, this kind of custom sound font thing was a thing. Relevance? Well, let me play you the exact song we were just hearing, except on the SNES. Now, granted, audiophile, sound engineer, but to me this is night and day. This almost sounds like a different song than the one that was playing in the actual game. Because Uematsu actually said that, well, he didn't do it actually, sorry, I shouldn't give him the credit for that. But Uematsu helped work on making that custom sound font, which several other people worked on. So that FF4 actually had this kind of detail to its sound fonting, and the music was designed around, this is the important part, the music was designed around the instruments they had designed for the music. It was bespoke. You with me? Every instrument was designed for the music that was designed for the instruments. It matched, okay? You with me? Well... God. The problem here, and I have talked about this before, is that when it came to the DS version's music, what they did was they took the sheet music, for lack of a better way to put it, and then just dumped new instruments on it, and then called it a day. Now, these new instruments, aren't great, as you're hearing right now. These are pretty low quality, pretty kind of tinny, kind of instruments. But the other problem is because all they effectively did was replaced the sound font across the board without thinking about it, all of the versions of... Yeah, I'm kidding, Dark Ray. All of the songs sound just a little bit off. Because the sound font wasn't designed for the music, and the music wasn't designed for the sound font. And to finish making this point, I swear I'll shut up about this in just a minute, but I want to make it clear why I want to give... Exactly, Bio. This is why I want to give this a negative feedback. And I'll do it to the FF4DS version as well, because it makes the exact same mistake. But the thing is, I'm going to show you, if you give me a second, here we go. I'm going to show you what it sounds like when you actually sit down and adapt the new music to new instruments to new music, because then you get this. Yeah, the flaw of the DS version's music can be simply described by laziness. I hate to call it that because they actually put a lot of work into that version of the game, but they didn't put any work into the music. They copy-pasted the notes and flattened a generic sound font on top of them and said, yep. I'm Morganite. Yeah, enough said. By the way, I hope you liked FF4 Darth Senku, since I was apparently the one who pushed you towards that. So I'm gonna... Actually, yeah, Bio, now that you say that, you are absolutely right. Alright, so let's go back to this. Okay. Here's our stop, Theodore. The Adamant Isle. You are to report to the village of Mithril up ahead and await further orders. Got it? Yes, sir. Okay, this is an extremely minor complaint. I have to point it out, though. Why does the font have errors in it? You probably can't even see it. It's so small, and I don't think I'm going to ding it. But it's such a weird thing. Okay, so in the sentence there, yes, sir, above the third dot. See that little dot right there? You probably don't. It's probably too hard to see it on stream. But there's an error in the font right above that third dot in the ellipses. There's one above the H in hear you. There's one above the E in like. And there's one past everything, like the exclamation mark at the end. And then there's a space, and there's another dot there. Yeah, exactly, Takoda. Why are there font errors in an official release of a port of a port? Sorry, a port of a remaster, excuse me. Like, I don't understand that. How does that get here? Anyways, yes, sir. Understood, sir. Oh, right. Sorry. I need to give a negative for the fact that he just punched us, because that's a really dumb thing to do. I think you're right, Blade Joel. I think you're absolutely right. It is sloppy. It's the kind of thing you'll get when you just use a font without understanding what font rendering is. For those of you not aware, this is going to sound strange. Did you know most video games have to have a separate program that's running under the video game at all times to render font? Most people don't think about that, which makes sense, but it's most games honestly from the SNES onwards, which is where they really started doing this, have this extra program which decides when what the spacing is as words, how the font is rendered on the screen, at what rate it's rendered, if there's pauses in the font, when the font wraps right on the screen, stuff like that. This is my favorite line of dialogue in the entire game, right here. I like to think he's glaring silently. That might be the thumbnail right there. Okay, so yeah, here we are. This is cool. Do I only get 3 saves? I'm sorry. Do I only get 3 save slots? I'm not gonna ding that. That's fine. But what? whatever. Let's go to the town. Oh yeah, I should mention something. We need to... We need to talk about something. So both the original and this version copy-paste basically everything. And when I say basically everything, I mean basically everything. It's like 95% of the sprites and locations and everything are copy-pasted from the original. So on the original, the one on the phones and the one on, I believe, the Wii, I know the one on the PSP was using just the SNES data, right? Or the PSP data. And here, this is just using the DS data. Copy-paste again. This is kind of unprecedented. We've never had a game that literally copy-pastes whole swaths of a previous game. And I'm not sure we ever will again. So, this might be unique. We might have to actually sit down and decide how we do this. Well, see, you say 10-2, but no! 10-2 actually has a lot of new areas and plenty of new characters. And now, the monsters I'll give you. Almost all the monsters are like copy-paste from 10. But new areas and new characters. FF4 After Years doesn't have that. And yes, this is 20 years later in universe. Your mission in this trial is to obtain the Knight's emblem housed deep inside the Adamant Isle Grotto. But there's one condition, boy. You can't enter the grotto until the moon is at its fullest. You best get yourself ready before then, mentally and physically. Is there any reason why I have to wait for a full moon, sir? Ha! So you don't know about that either. This is going to be a long day, I'll tell you that. Cecil! In order to use the moon phase system, talk to the NPC who will tell you about the moon phase system. Yeah, 10-2... Even if I would agree that 10-2 is copy-paste from 10, which, to be clear, I do not, 10-2 is nowhere near as copy-pasted as this is. Not even on the same category. Like, it's silly. Yeah, these three exact people are standing in this exact same position in this exact same town in the original game. Just to put that into perspective. That's how copy-paste we're talking. Oh, Jesus Christ, Valerian. I should mention, I never actually played Interlude. And I'm never going to. Because I have self-respect. God, I swear they're getting worse. That's super glue for 20 years! How is no one... They're just like, I have to go to the bathroom! Please! Okay. We have to decide about this copy-paste thing. I don't think we need to decide right now, but it's something that we need to be debating as we're going through this. The usual rule I would lean on is it depends on how well they use it. By memory, it's garbage. But, you know, it's by memory. We're gonna keep an open mind here. But I think we're gonna have to pay attention to how well they reuse assets, because, well, if I can make this point very quickly. Can I make this point? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Hang on one second. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Sorry, Rex. Here it is. Yep, okay. This is going to be difficult for me to properly show off. So you got to give me a second here. Or, I mean, you don't have to give me a second. You can just tell me to go screw myself. But I would prefer it if you give me a second. And yeah, the fact that there's absolutely no changes is something I'm trying to showcase here. What are they doing? Someone doing donuts on the street. Okay. No, 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 no. Is it really this hard to find? Oh, God, it is. Okay, hang on. See, that's kind of what I was thinking, Blade Default, but at the same time, I feel like this might drift into negative territory. Because, you know, it's pretty bad. Okay, so this is... give me a sec, give me a sec. This is going to be such a frustration to do it, but I'm going to do it. By golly. We're going to make this happen. Oh my God, why is this so frustrating? You know what? Hang on, I have an easier. Screw all y'all. I'm going to do my own version with blackjack and hookers. And you can't stop me. I mean, we're already wailing on the moon, right? We might as well go full hog. Okay, so... what is after years? Alright, here we go. You see this? This is Final Fantasy X. Okay? This is Kilika. Now, I'm not going to spoil anything. There's no spoilers here. I just want you to look at it, okay? Take it in for a second. Here, let me actually make it so you can see it a little bit easier. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So you can just get a bigger shot of Kilika, okay? So this is Kilika, all right? 3, 2, 1. This is also Kilika from FF10-2. And this is the point I'm making. 10-2 certainly does do asset reuse. I would be foolish of me to deny that. But this is the same place between the two games. There are other examples of this, of course, and there's plenty of places that look exactly identical. Besaid is a good example of that. But even Besaid has different NPCs and some different dude-adding here and there, right? In other words, someone sat down and said, okay, we've saved ourselves tons and tons of time, you know, in building this entire terrain for the game. Why don't we go ahead and spend a little bit of extra time placing a few doodads, changing up some NPCs, and changing what they sound like? And that's what they do for the places that are copy pasted. Unlike somewhere like this, which is a completely new area. And that's the point I'm making. After Years doesn't come close to that. Yeah, there is also some visual story. Again, we're putting spoilers. But After Years is like, okay, here's Kilika Town, and then here's Kilika Town. 20 years later. Here, let me switch back to the okay, so here's Kilika Town of the past. Okay, now here's Kilika Town 20 years later. That's the negative right there. It is the fact that it is so copy-pasted to the point where it's egregious. Where you're just looking at it like, what? This is... And yeah, the exact same guy is there. That's the reason I did that way. This is the exact same guy who's in the exact same spot. He says something different. That's cool. He says something a little different. It's fine. Anyways, let me get back on this. I understand asset reuse. I like Nintendo games, okay? Anybody who knows anything about game design knows that asset reuse is a thing. But we have figured out how to do asset reuse smartly since the NES era. Now, let me tell you the tragic backstory of the Mithril citizens. Remember, you can save anywhere you want to on the field map. That'll come in handy someday, believe me. In dungeons, though, you're only allowed to save at special save points you find. Okay? It's still a waxing moon. Sure, I can afford that now. Also, I hate this song. I hated the song on the SNES. I hate this song even more on the DS. Oh, yeah, he's the guy who's talking about fighting and running. What's in here? Some magic can be cast on a whole party or on a whole group of enemies at once. There's several ways to go about doing this. Try pressing the target all button in the lower left part of the screen. You can also target all allies or enemies by pressing left or right while a party member or enemy is selected. Left and right toggles between enemies and allies when applicable. Remember, I've always got your back, Theodore. Here, the guy who lives in the grotto has made a hobby out of collecting rare tales. Oh my god! I think this is literally copy-pasted dialogue. This is the first NPC that I think says literally the exact same line. Because this is the dude who points you to the Excalibur quest. Or no, the Excalibur quest, and where you get the adamant armor. Oh my god. Like, I was kind of being willing to give this a little bit of leeway, because all the NPCs say different stuff. But I can't say that anymore. See you around, Bio. I'm glad you liked the video. I hope everyone liked the video. Except for you, Rax! Maybe it's only because there's one moon again, but tectonic activity has made this island a lot larger. Not that much compared to Big Continents goes. Citation needed! It's the exact same town, exact same island. I mean, fair, Rax, I can't argue that. I'm sorry, Russ! If it makes you feel any better, I got woken up so early I had to take a shower to wake myself up. When the gauge next to someone's name is filled up in battle, that means the character's turn is coming up next. But you still got options, of course. If another character's gauge is also full, try pressing tab. Oh yeah, by the way, all the dialogue... So, I hate to continue complaining about this game. Wait, no I don't! But... this is pretty bad, Blade Ball. Oh, I'm sorry, Ross. There's this thing, which once again goes back to the SNES era. I don't know if the NES could do this. Where you could put a string in dialogue. So you could have someone say, hey, Ross, how is your current weapon equipped dealing for you, right? And then what the game could do is it could take that string and it could check what is your currently equipped weapon and then dump that text in instead. So it'd say, hey, Ross, how is your greatsword doing, right? It's a terrible example, but you get the point, right? I mentioned that because all of the tutorials they've been giving me are as if I'm using the mouse and keyboard. I'm a collector of rare tales from across the world. Do you have any on you? I think that's also copy-paste. Okay. I'm going home. I'm the prince. Screw this nonsense. Even in the most tranquil of lands, monsters may strike anywhere, anytime. If you're low on HP or MP, use that pod over there to get you back on your feet. I wish you the best of luck in your trial, my lord. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, no kidding, Ross. It was a doozy. Okay, hold up. So, it's explore, town, and combat, Tsar. Town is kind of a confluence. All of them intersect with each other, right? Explore can be overworld, dungeon, puzzle. Combat's obvious. And then town is a place where you can do inventory juggling, you can get new equipment. There's still some explore sections in town. There's usually some combat in town. But town is a distinct corner of gameplay design. Gameplay design specifically, not just story design. So for those of you who missed what I'm freaking out about, do you see this pot here? Do you see this two-dimensional image of a pot in this three-dimensional game? Cheap. Adjective. Final Fantasy IV after years. I'm not going to talk about the fact that the font in this game sucks. That's a low blow. It's rare that I will go to the point of making fun of a game's font. But I'm sorry. What is going on with the font in this game? Random encounter? Hello? Ah! And yes, I am aware of the Game Boy Color version of Final Fantasy, Quest 64, which is noticeably better. Theodore, look out! It's two enemies! One of them is voiced by Evil Iliani, right there! I see it has the same frame rate problem that FF4DS has. Do you notice the frame rate just dropped to, I believe, 15? I just gained 3 levels. What is game design? Oops, didn't do that. I must use darkness to prevent others from being sad. Yeah, I've actually used that mod on the FF4DS PC Steam version. And yeah, it's... Have you seriously never heard... Have you... Okay. I know you're not super familiar with the Final Fantasy series. Have you never heard of the nightmare that is After Years? You know, hang on. How are we doing on money? Oh, God. How much is the inn gonna cost me? There was another guy who took the night trial once, but someone with the same eyes as you. That was ages ago. Okay, normally I'd make fun of the fact that he can tell we're the son of Cecil by our eyes, but actually, apparently that's a really big thing in Japan, and I'm just gonna let that go. Red Wings are Baron's most elite starship fleet, right? Did I say starship? Airship fleet. I thought that was one heck of an airship there, but no wonder, huh? We wouldn't have this period of peace without the selfless efforts of King Cecil and Queen Rosa. All the other kingdoms don't mean jack or bupkis. It's just Baron. How much is it going to cost me? Oh, it's free! Okay, whatever. Dude, a space version of FF4? That sounds awesome. We'll call it Star Wars. Thank you, Blue Dragon EXE, for the donation. Give me a second. Let me jot these down. Yeah, Cecil just conquered the planet. Star Fox, Block. Ah! Dual Hearts, and Mega Man Battle Network. And then, Diddy, who gave me way too much money. Putting that towards 13 Sentinels, Steam World, and To the Moon. Thank you, Andity, very, very much. Always appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, yeah, Mad Overlord. If Cecil and Rosa wanted to conquer the world, they would. Like, no one is going to stop them. Okay. Let me jot down some negatives here really quick. Give me just a second. I'm not sure anyone's modded this game, period. Hey, Valerian, do you know if anybody's modded PC After Years? Real question, because I'm already giving the negative to the music. I don't mind replacing it if it'll save our ears, you know what I mean? Yeah, Sid, please check. I appreciate you. I'm already sick of it. When I was playing the DS version, when the DS version was new, I usually would kind of turn the slider down. Unless there was voice acting. I don't even think there is voice acting in this. I'm not sure. Um... Hang on one second. I'm sorry, there's one more. Here, hang on. Shut up. Mute. No, Greenstorm Mage. No! 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 No, is my window open? My window is open. God, it's so hot in here. Yeah. I think I'm just not used to being in full uniform. I'm sitting here working. So there's going to be car noises. Sorry, there's not really anything I can do about that. I need to look up Dragon Age 2 really quick. Give me a sec here. I swear it's relevant. Yeah, this is the most streamable version of this game by far. Which is why we're streaming it. I do own the PSP version. I mentioned that. You know, I obviously have FF4 on the PSP. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. Listen, Rax. I've got a problem. What's the best way to play FF4? Pixel Remaster, 100%. The DS version has some advantages over the Pixel Remaster, but pound for pound, the Pixel Remaster is going to be your best bet for enjoying FF1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's it. It is actually kind of nice because it has pretty much flatly replaced all previous versions of those games. There are some ways that some of those other versions are better, but if you've never played them before, the PR is the way to go. 1 second. Damn. Yeah, no, this feels so much worse, Valerian. Which is funny. Because I didn't do that on purpose. It's just, again, this is the most streamable. It was just hit fire and go, right? I didn't even think about it. Damn. Nobody cares. Nobody actually cares about the GBA content. This is frustrating. So I immediately and effortlessly found the FF4 3D mod that replaces the music in that with the Pixel Remaster music. Which makes sense. I've used that mod. No such luck for After Years. Whatever. To the grotto. Yeah, people are actually... So the Pixel Remaster versions are Unity, I'm pretty sure. Either way, they're supremely moddable. And yeah, people are actively modding them. Like I said, the DS version certainly has some good stuff going for it. There's a reason we'll be reviewing it separately when we get to the FF4 block. But it also does some things worse, in my opinion, and the music is a big one of those. I do appreciate the voice acting that they did. I appreciate a lot of the story stuff they did. And frankly, I think the DS version has the best translation of all the FF4s. Unlike this game, which is garbage. Late even to your own mission. Man, what a worthless squire they stuck me with. We're about to begin our journey into the Adamant Isle Grotto. Not to repeat myself, but your orders are obtain the Knight's Emblem. And then you have to grab it and say, engage! And then fight a dragon for some reason. If you want to cut and run like the spoiled little prince you are, what? You realize I can have you executed, right? Like, I'm a prince. I can do whatever the hell I want to. Oh, did that hurt, boy? Well, quit pouting and go get your provisions from these chests. Oh yeah, the augments is another great thing that FF4DS added. I agree completely. Yes, Ross. Honestly, the SNES version still has a few advantages. Very small advantages, but it does still have a few advantages over the Pixel Remaster version. It controls slightly better, because, and I know this is going to sound strange, but a well-programmed SNES game will pretty much always control better than a Unity game. It's really small stuff. Most people probably won't even notice. I only notice because I've speedrun that game to death. But yeah, the controls are slightly better in the SNES version of FF6. And there are several design choices, is the way I'm going to phrase that, in the SNES version of FF6, which add tactical options to the game, which are removed because they were considered bugs. They were a mistake. So, Prince Theodore, may you have the best luck in battle. I see you becoming a valiant soldier like your father. You're garbage and I hate you. Finally found some resolve in you, huh, boy? Get on with it, then. Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. No, you get it. In the SNES, which is programmed in a version of assembly, if you want something to do something, you can make something do something. In Unity, there's like a barrier to doing that. You're the one with the Knight's Emblem, aren't you? Keep your guard up in there. That is also true, Ross. I think some of the SNES songs are superior. And I stand by that. That's not something I'm walking away from. Narsha's song comes to mind immediately. Having said that, the spell effects in both versions are legit, so you're just spoiled for choice there. Alright, Mr. Red, land line! Oh, Jesus Christ. I am... Sid! Sid, dude! I just made fun of this! I imagine you're already aware of how the phase of the moon can affect you on the battlefield. It's a full moon right now, so black magic is more powerful. White magic hasn't changed at all. Take a look at the commands. Physical attacks have been weakened by half! Oh no! As you can see, the color of your commands changes to reflect the effect of the moon. Commands strengthened by the moon phase are displayed in green, while commands weakened are displayed in red. Make sure to pay attention to these colors during battles. They could have a major impact on the outcome of the fight. How do you learn assembly? Oh god, Plutonia, help me out here. I actually agree with that too, Ross. The SNES, for years I've tried to explain. I know, Tully. You have to understand, I didn't plan this. I was going to play FF11. I had finished the FF4 video and was still planning to play FF11 before I rescheduled it, before I rescheduled everything. Anyways, I've tried to explain this for years and never quite got it. I even asked Evo about this because she's, an actual artist. FF6 on the SNES has a very unique palette. At a glance, it looks darker, but it isn't, if that makes any kind of sense. Here, let me show you real quick. It's easiest to show with this. No, it is deeper is the word I would use, but like, here, look at this for a second. So this is a bunch of tile sets from FF6, right? And so you look at that and you think, wow, that's super dark. But like, for example, look in the far lower left. That is very bright and vibrant. Similarly, the very obviously green of where Locke is and up where Sabin is too. Like, that's not dark. And yeah, exactly, Ross. Like, it almost feels like they were trying to add shading to very, very small sprites. So if I had to put this into words, I would say that FF6's palette is very deep as opposed to shallow. To explain a little bit, hang on. I like FF4's palette quite a lot here. Let me just pull this up really quick. So this is FF4's palette, right? And you can tell the difference immediately, right? All of the colors are very monotone. Green is green, blue is blue, gray is gray, etc. And there's no shading to it. It's not bad. I in no way am I calling this. I actually think FF4 is a good-looking game. But you could see the difference immediately between this and FF6. Yeah, FF4 looks like a better colored NES game, whereas FF6, well, FF6 looks like this. Thank you, Random. I hope you liked your own roles in that, because, yeah. Oh. And yeah, Plutonia is correct. So if you want, yes, Sabin is another excellent example out there. Demonic Parent. No! No! I get that reference. No. Real talk for a second, though, Mr. Red, or anybody who's curious, because this happens to be a topic of interest to me. There's a YouTube channel I don't remember the name of. I'm looking it up right now. And they have actually dug into specifics of code on NES games and a few SNES games. And as a natural consequence, that means looking into the code of assembly. Here we go.
A game that demands adventure and chance.
Shut up. Okay, here we go. See you around, Random. Have a good break. This is it, right? Yep, this is it. It's called Displaced Gamers. I'm just going to go ahead and link this in chat here. And literally, it's just going behind the scenes and looking at very specific reasons why certain aspects of code work the way they do. If you ever want a video that will just give you an insight into assembly in one video, go to that site and look at the one that's called The Physics, Nightmare, and Bizarre Jumping of Strider NES. Okay? That one video is so informative about how assembly works. Anyways, sorry. Point being, absolutely Blitzville. I need to do that at some point in time. Do a direct comparison of FF6 SNES to FF6 Pixel Remaster. Because the point we were getting on, let's follow on, is I agree with Ross. I think the SNES FF6 actually looks better than the Pixel Remaster FF6. Just pound for pound. It's the only one of them that I think that on. I have no... Okay. Okay, whatever. Just attack, I guess. My life for... My life for... My life for... Gablonia. Game? Game? Victory music? Hello? Okay. What? Oh no, it's inches amongst miles kind of a thing. Next, let me tell you about band moves. You've played Chrono Trigger, right? Well, we decided to do Chrono Trigger in one other game ever, and for some reason it's this pile of garbage. Yeah, I understand what this is, thank you. By the way, there's like 80 freaking band moves in this game. My life. 4. Gablonia, Lenia. Yeah, what's a combo move? Well, you see. Actually, it's funny, Rex. You probably didn't even notice this, but it's since you didn't watch the video, because you hate me. She hates me. During one of the first encounters you have is against 4 goblins, which Cecil kills with 1 attack. And I immediately ran into an audio design problem of how do I do this? My first thought was to just play one sound file, which was just the one guy going, "I'm dead." My sister actually came up with a solution for that. Credit to her. And the idea was, since the attack propagates right to left, you can actually see it hit one goblin, then another, then another, then another. So we started the death sound when they were hit, rather than when they died. And that's why it sounds as staggered as it does. Yes, this is the big secret. What if FF4 were a bad game? Although the video went live about an hour and a half ago. I recommend going and watch it. We spent a lot of time and effort on it. You are all beneath me! Tons of praise to World's Best Pants, who was voicing Kane. And just... yeah. This isn't super long. I hope. God, I hope. Don't worry, the game will never stop getting worse until literally the ending. That is not a joke. Do I have a walkthrough? No, actually. Do I need one? I don't remember needing a walkthrough. Granted, I haven't played the PSP version since it was new. When did that come out? 2009, I think? Something like that. Oh no, the 2009 was the Wii one. When did the PSP... no, PSP one was 2011. So I haven't played this game since 2011. Hey, it's Insectus, which is called Larva here. Well, I will look into a walkthrough later. I've spent too much time bashing this game now. I need to move on. So sorry, Valerian. I have sinned, for I have spoken ill of this incredible game. Okay, Theodore, it's all yours from here. Don't worry, Prince Theodore. Remember, you have the blood of King Cecil, and that has nothing to do with it. I'm tired of violence. Why must Reploids fight one another? Prince Theodore. Looks like you've got at least half a backbone in you. Get back here alive or forget about making the Red Wings. If I don't get back alive, I have other things to be worried about than getting into the Red Wings. What's this dialogue? Yes, sir. He's turbo dead, sir. Okay. Revenge. Yeah, the parents might be a little bit mad that you murdered their son. Well, okay, murdered is a bit of a harsh word, but whatever. Yeah, we're a Nepo baby who's really upset about being a Nepo baby. Which, I mean, fair. So far, Theodore has no character. And I just want to be clear, not to compare this game immediately to FF4, although Lord knows the game wants me to compare it immediately to FF4. But Cecil had more characterization in 5 minutes than Theodore has had in the last 50. No, I'm dead serious. Even on the SNES version. It's actually one of the reasons FF4 broke such new ground. Was because it was made by people who were getting into theater and writers. Like, they put effort and work. I showed FF4 very recently, FF4 SNES, to be clear, to someone who's never been familiar with the franchise. And then I asked them after the fact, hey, what did you think of that? And their response was, that was awesome. And they were able to immediately pinpoint a whole lot of character points and relevant story beats that were all self-apparent right at the beginning, because FF4's intro is really good. By contrast, this doesn't. Does this game have any fans? Is there any people who genuinely like this game? No. Nobody likes this game. Shut up, Valerian. Right now, Valerian's dealing with, like, a work thing, and, like, furiously trying to reach out to the controls, to the keyboard, and be like, no, listen, this game is the best ever! Oh, damn it, that's right, you're still in PTO! No! No! Damn you! Damn you, workers' rights! I've decided to vote Republican. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are leveling very quickly. I'm not even mad. I'm just confused. Oh, speaking of absolutely terrible games, there was another game I considered putting in here. And, listen, Blateville, I'm loaded. No, there was another game I considered playing here instead of this first. And I'm going to tell you what it is, because it's called Seventh Saga. And I bet most of you have never even heard of it. And, for those of you who have, yeah. For those of you who haven't, Seventh Saga might be worse than Secret of the Stars. That's not a joke. Seventh Saga is really bad. For the longest time, I considered it the worst RPG I ever played. I have not played it since the SNES era. I haven't played it in 30 years. So I'm not actually sure. It is part of the SNES block. Because I own it. Yes, Seventh Saga is a game where you can literally softlock yourself through no fault of your own in the first, like, 5-10 minutes of the game. Let me explain a couple of the reasons why Seventh Saga is so bad. So, in the English version, which is what we'll be playing, the stat gain for the player is half of what it's supposed to be. But when they did that, either deliberately or accidentally, we don't know, they didn't also nerf the stat gain for the enemies. So they're getting literally double the stats from leveling up. Now I know what you're thinking. Why do I care? What do you mean enemies leveling up? So at the beginning of the game, you could play as one of, I believe, 7 party members, right? And periodically, so you can have a party of 2. And as you're going through the game, periodically, you will fight one of the other party members. Okay? And when you fight them, they're instantly leveled to your level, plus or minus 1. There's an RNG to that. And given the stats they are supposed to, which I remind you, are double yours. So grinding doesn't necessarily help. Now hang on, it gets worse, because grinding is mandatory. Because you get half the stats that you're supposed to get from leveling, and regular-ass enemies, this is not a joke, regular encounters, trash encounters, are harder than bosses. There are random trash encounters which have a chance to kill you, even if you are properly leveled, if they happen to cast the wrong spell. And it's just a party wipe, you're dead. It's Breath of Fire 2, but worse, if that makes sense. Because yeah, it is so much worse. So grinding is detrimental, but mandatory. And you're starting to see the problem. Now, hang on, there is an interesting asterisk, which is assuredly a bug. So, I mentioned you can have a party of 2. Well, there's a bunch of asterisks that go into that, and certain things can lose you a party member or gain you a party member. And what I'm trying to say is they aren't static, right? It's not like Sid joins the party and then Sid's in your party for the rest of the game. People will come and go. Thing is, whenever they join your party, just like an enemy, they will be leveled to your level, and they will have the appropriate stats, aka double yours. The game also doubles your experience gain if you are alone. So the most viable strategy is to go ahead, thank you, Rex, is to go ahead, I hope I got at least one laugh out of you, is to go ahead and not have a party member or leave them dead, grind your face off, and then go recruit a party member who will then have double your stats and use them to push through whatever particular stat wall you're facing. Even that's not a guarantee and depends. By the way, there are 2 party members who will never turn on you. And that's cool. Here's the catch. If you play as either of those party members, as a mandatory part of the story, you have to go to an extra optional part of the game, which has regular trash enemies that are roughly 10 levels higher than what you are expected to be if you were grinding at that point in time. By the way, when party members leave your party, they take your stuff. No, I don't just mean the equipment you put on them. I mean they take your stuff. By the way, if you lose to one of the party members you have to fight, they take all your runes, which is basically your materia, to use an equivalent, or your magicite. By the way, most of those runes are one time only. If you lose them to a party member, it's never coming back. Seventh Saga is a terrible game. So what do I mean party members turn on me? I kind of mean exactly what I just said. So the lore of the story is that the 7 of you are in competition to go get these MacGuffins in order to become the new king, or so I forget what it is. I know the actual story, I forget the fake story. Spoilers. There's a twist. Anyways, so you're supposed to go get these MacGuffins, and so the 7 of you are in competition with each other. So depending on who you're playing determines which party members you can group with, and which party members you will fight against. But there's some malleability there. In some cases, someone can join your party, and then also turn on you. Right? Did I mention the localization is garbage? Like, again, Secret of the Stars levels of a localization. In fact, I unironically didn't really know the story of what was going on until, God, like 10 years ago, much more recently, when I was looking into it and was like, oh, that's what was going on. Okay. I'm also just going to spoil this for you, because screw you. So the ending is a downer ending on top of everything else, and in the most dick-punching way possible. Like, I want you to picture what a writer would write for an ending of a video game if they actively hated the player. Because that's the ending of Seventh Saga. Yeah, exactly, to quote it. It's... yeah. Actually, yeah, Blade Taval. Do you want me to spoil it? Do you want me to just tell you what the ending is? Because... So, hang on, I'm gonna tell you. I want to tell you. Mute me if you don't want to hear it, okay? Mute me. Mute me. Mute. Give you a second to mute me. Give me a second to mute me. Okay, so it turns out the ending of Seventh Saga. The ending of Seventh Saga. I'm not gonna spoil this game. We're streaming this game. So it turns out in Seventh Saga, that the guy you've been doing the whole quest for is actually the ultimate evil bad guy, who is, by the way, Lucifer. The translation tried to change it, but he's Lucifer and you're Christ. You're playing Jesus Christ. This is not a joke. So Lucifer was pretending to be God, gave you the quest, you went and got all the items, and then he steals them all from you, and then goes back into the past, takes you with him for no reason, by the way, to kill God. And then you kill him. So you've killed, the devil in the past. But hang on, it gets better. That's not the bad part. The thing is, he kills you as he dies, but then God's like, don't worry, I've got you. And he makes sure that you'll reincarnate as the king in the present. Now, you're probably thinking, what? Okay, what? No. It's worse than you're thinking. Because, remember, the king was killed by Lucifer, who then replaced him in order to give us the quest. So if we follow the timeline, we go through the quest of the game. We get all the MacGuffins, go back to the past, kill the devil, die, reincarnate as the guy, who is then killed by the devil to replace us and give the quest to us. Victory! The good news is we only experienced the loop once. It could be worse. Oh no, it's 100% intentional, Talia. Totally. Because remember, you're playing Christ, so your job is to die for the people, right? And we do get rid of Lucifer. The devil is removed from the world. Cool. No more Satan. Boss time. Ba-da-da. It's a boss and it's a thing. To be. Sorry. Do I have anything I can do against this guy? Not really. That's Libra. Give me your secrets. Couldn't analyze. You suck, Theodore! I see why they call you Theodore. Suckador is more like it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die. You know what, Fair Maze? We do become the king. That's actually true. Look, what he does in his private time is his business, Linerith. None of mine. Yeah, no, the game is... Seventh Saga is trash. I say without hyperbole, it might challenge the bottom 5. We'll see when we get there. Like, it's got some competition. The bottom 5 is hefty right now. I don't know if you've looked at that lately. Because a game was added to the bottom 5 during the dark. Or more accurately, was audited to be in the bottom 5 during the dark. Yeah, Seventh Saga is atrociously bad. Yeah, this game... I don't think After Years is going to score particularly well, but I have a saying. A bad FF game is nowhere near as bad RPGs get. You know what I mean? The bottom of the Final Fantasy series is still... is not as far down as it can go. Oh no, Theodore sucks. Prince Theodore, are you hurt? No! Stay back, please. Dude, you're dead. This is my battle to fight. You don't have to push yourself so hard. My father and my mother have nothing to do with this. I'll get through this by myself. You have 1 health, dude. Theodor's latent potential has awakened. Okay. Actually, yeah, Darkrai. The range on FF is interesting. For my homeland! Sorry. My life. For Wormonia. I activated my bloodline powers. I honestly cannot think of a single positive for 7th Saga. The music isn't good. The visuals aren't good. Wait till you see how 7th Saga does random encounters. Real quick, anybody who has not played 7th Saga... oh god, you're right, I forgot. Can I tell? Anybody who has not played or seen 7th Saga, do me a favor, right now. What do you think random encounters are like in 7th Saga? You can already tell it's a thing because I'm even asking the question. Like, if it was normal random encounters, I wouldn't even be bringing this up. One moment, please. Pokemon, but worse. So this is going towards Yakuza 0. Yakuza, like, Dragon. Well, I wasn't even getting into that breakfast sample. That's a whole other thing. Opus Magnum. Thank you very, very much, Daniel Dort. Appreciate you. Every 3 steps, that would be the Breath of Fire 2 method, which to this day is still the worst encounter rate I've ever seen in an RPG. But no, it's so much worse than whatever you're picturing. The easiest way to explain this will be just to show you. Do you mind if I don't play After Years for a minute? Do you mind if I do anything other than play After Years? Is that okay? Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. Now let's get... Whoa! Too big. Alright, just kind of settle this over here. Kind of like that. That'll do. Alright, let's pull up 7th Saga real quick here. Yeah, that Enix, by the way. They put out some trash other than the Dragon Quest series. A lot of people forget that. I've actually played a lot of their games. And, yeah. So here's our characters. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't actually tell you their names. I think it's her? No. Her and the robot, I think. God, I don't even remember. 2 of these, if you pick, you've basically lost the game. I'm not joking. It's not literally impossible to progress, but if you pick 2 of these characters, you have effectively lost the game. That's not a joke. Yeah, sure, whatever. There's the devil. Excuse me, spoilers. I actually meant to type Bob, and I just was in too much of a hurry to bother. Okay, so let's go do some random encounters. By the way, how do you like the sprites? How do you like this brickwork? Isn't that great? Look at this trash. I've been analyzing and studying sprite design and brick design half my life, I swear. This looks so bad. Like, look at this garbage. I've struggled to even explain how bad this looks. This looks like everything bad about an early PC game and an early NES game at the same time. Yeah, it looks like placeholder graphics. This is so bad. Ugh. This is a little better. Tiny bit better. Okay, so here's our random encounters. Do you see them? There they come. By the way, it's possible to die on this fight if you're playing two of those characters I just mentioned. Anyways, did you see it? Look in the upper left if you missed it. There's our random encounters. Do you see them? It's those little white dots. That's our random encounters. And they home in on you, and they're about twice as fast as you are. That's how this game does random encounters. If I stand still, this is what happens. Now, what's really funny, someone earlier mentioned I can't think of any positives for this for the Seven Song, and I agree. I think with like modern game conventions and people who actually gave a damn, you could take a lot of the concepts of Seven Saga and make them work, right? Like the idea of having 7 playable characters that start each with their own story is not exactly unusual. Octopath Traveler exists after all 3 of them. We also, that approach to like an overworld or that approach to random encounters could probably work if done a little bit better and maybe give you some kind of capacity to do something about it. Because the problem, it's the same problem Dragon Quest VII on the 3DS had. It's that the encounters look dodgeable, but in reality land, they're basically not. Right? There's no real dodging the encounters unless you really know what you're doing and you know how to juke them, and you get lucky, because there's some RNG involved too. So, yeah, exactly, Talia. Like, they didn't fully understand what they were doing, so they didn't. And there are ways we could make that work. There are ways we could process that. And in fixing some of the obvious horrible bugs and the half-stat thing and the bull crap, you know, we could probably turn it into at least a game. But I said I would say thank yous. So shoutouts and thank yous to, first of all, Valvedrix, who put this game on the list with $1. Thanks, Valvedrix. But also 040i2, 2 Minuets, Dawn, Captain Vice, Cody DW12, Command & Conquer 2, Korgoth 88, Croatia, Damashi the Chaotic. I can't read my own things. Dark Day 95, Deckfish, Direct D, Doom David, Dream Whisperer, DZ Maven, Equalitas, Jobin, Eternus, which is a name I haven't seen in a minute, Guinevere, Jonathan Freeloader, Mike12192, Mr. Red 97, Fife, Platty, Rit 18, Savacom, which I don't want to say anything ill, but it's funny to me that she only put $4 to this game, considering how much she was championing this game happening. Ciela, SJNM, The Hardboiled One, Tizara, Will King, Yada Kudahi, and our 2 majority stakeholders, which is DeCastus and Darch Monster. Thank you all of you for making this run happen. I should mention the scrolling text is wrong because I'm a moron. So we'll fix that later. Now I guess I have no choice but to actually play this game. Damn it! I dealer's choice this. I decided to start playing this game like 3 days ago. This is a pretty recent decision. Remember, though, we got through FF13, excuse me, we got through FF13, and we got through FF1 on the NES. And that really is, like, I want... Look, people get paid. And I want to get the bad FFs out of the way. I want them done. So, honestly, after this, there's only really one other FF that I want to cover next. We'll get there. We got other stuff to do first. FF2, if you're wondering. Okay, Yay Day Kadehei. No, Kadehai. Is that better? I don't know, Valerian. Maybe if I had time, I wouldn't mind. Okay, so... By the way, thank you, Seven Saga, for reminding me what bad brickwork really looks like. FF14 1.0. Real talk, if it was possible, I'd probably want to cover FF14 1.0. Just to see, because that's the floor, right? That's the actual floor. StarCraft 2 is the ceiling, and FF14 1.0 is the floor. Everything else sits in between them. Every other game. Nothing's ever beating those two barriers unless something new comes out. Let's see. It's not the floor, it's the cellar. Okay. Kira! Random ass Baron Knight just has white magic. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I knew you could do it, Prince Theodore. You have amazing powers hidden inside you because of your bloodline. Now you're a full-fledged knight, my lord. Because of his bloodline. We're leaving. Our work here is done. I hate to keep banging on that point, but it's not actually a joke that the only reason he won was because he has special parents. That's not a joke, that's not exaggeration, that's not me memeing or bashing the game. Theodore only won because his parents were demigods, and he inherited some power from them. Can I? Is the planet core. Yeah, one of those is a master of dark and holy magic. The other one is the most powerful white mage in the setting. With the possible exception of Fusoya, that's debatable. That's a good question, Blade Tabal. Hi, Saber for Wife. It is nice to be back. I admit I'm a little tired, because I love it. So I've been trying to get my sleep schedule back on track. I don't want to complain here, but all of the non-dark bullcrap and, you know, sleeping in literal plaster dust has really done a number on my ability to sleep. So my sleep schedule kind of shifted a lot forwards because I was just incapable of sleeping at night, right? Or in general. So I would just pass out for naps periodically. So what I'm trying to say is it really destroyed my circadian rhythms. I've been trying to fix that, and this week in particular, I've I'm finally starting to actually get to sleep at night. So last night I woke up at 1, and then 3, and then 6, and then 7. Then my adorable nieces woke me up, and I just got up and was like, screw it. So I might take a little bit of an early lunch break. And by lunch break, I mean I'm going to lay down break. But I was not missing that video launch. There was no way I was missing that. I would get up even at 6 a.m., Ross, for that video. That's how good that video was. No, I'm still waiting on the title to get here, Ross. I mean, that's a common trope in general, never mind in Final Fantasy. If I could pull an old, a setting you absolutely despise, in Warcraft, elves are substantially more, shall we say, knowledgeable about magic, but humans take to it more naturally. Which makes sense, considering humans are actually, you know, constructs built by individuals who are built out of arcane magic. So it's literally in their blood, right? So there's a logic to it there. Point is, I've seen that in a lot of settings. I mean, look at all of the best archmages running around in Faerûn. Almost all of them are, or were, human. Hey, Dr. Winter. 5 files, Jesus Christ. Did you get a cookie at least? I will admit the encounter rate isn't terrible. For some reason, I remember it being worse than this, so... Yeah, we're just getting lucky. I don't know, I usually get the no encounters augment in FF4. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's true, Blade Jamal. We're still in the tutorial, by the way. That's actually my fault, because I keep not playing the game. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. But, yeah. Let's get out of here. God! I still need to look up a walkthrough, apparently. I'm almost positive I didn't use a walkthrough for my playthrough of the PSP version, so I'm curious what I missed. Captain Wedge? Captain Biggs? Thank you. Thank you for everything. At least you're not my parents, those louseabouts. All they did was save the world. Yeah, sure, Valerian. I don't mind information. I expected nothing less from you. Huh? We must hurry to the airship. We'll get an earful if we're late again. I mean, fair, Rax. It's almost like the moon phases suck. Sorry, Valerian. I guess it's not actually a bad idea in general. The problem is... Okay, so let's actually break this down for a second. The concept of a moon phase system in application should encourage the player to use specific types of abilities at specific times. In other words, it should force the player out of their comfort zone. Rather than casting Fire 3 every single combat, they should say, oh shoot, this is beneficial now, so I should go use this other thing. And I should use this other thing at this other point in time. And so forth. It should force the player to have some fright in their attacks. That's the point and benefit of that, right? Okay, cool. That's not what the phase system is. Because the problem is, with only a couple of exceptions... I should use bio. With only a couple of exceptions, they don't design the levels, enemies, and party members around the phase system. Instead, it's just there. It's just a part of the game, and every now and again you just suck and there's nothing you can do about it, right? So, Darkest Dungeon 1, Rogue Trader, and Evil Genius 2. Thank you, Dr. Winter. Yeah, no, exactly, Rax. And that's the other thing. As weird as it sounds, the fact that you have control over the phase system actually makes it worse. Because at that point, it just becomes busy work to get back to the phase you want, right? The problem is I haven't played FFTA in a long time, so I'm not sure if it's actually better or worse than that. And yeah, that's the other thing. You probably didn't even notice this. We've already seen this happen twice. At certain points in the game, the story will change the phase on you. Now, that can be cool. There's some interesting stuff you can do with that, because then you could have a storytelling tool and a way to try and encourage the player to, like, be on the back foot for a specific section, or to be super overpowered for a specific section. But they don't do that. Instead, it's just, all right, just... Oh, Jesus. Okay, I guess I never ran into that problem, Valerian, because I did that. I said yes, Blade Taval. I said do it. Do it, Blade Taval. Anyways, whatever. So you went through the Fanatic's Tower, killed the boss, took one step back down, got no fight, enemies ambush you, immediately use Tornado, and then Meteor! Oh my god! I'm sorry, that's not funny. I would have been livid if that happened. Oh god. Okay, thank you, autosave, for existing. Autosaves make so many things better. That's not even a joke. I've told this anecdote before, but one time my eldest nephew was playing Final Fantasy V, Pixel Remaster specifically, and didn't really know what to do and wasn't fully getting into it, but was willing to try it just to see if it was a game that was going to be they were going to be into. Got to a specific point. Oh my god, that looks so bad. Got to a specific point, died, and started getting really upset because it's like, ugh, damn it, I hadn't saved. No, how God, and I'm like, no, what's wrong? And he was mad because he hadn't saved at all the whole game. Well, it's okay because autosaves exist in the Pixel Remaster version. So he just went back like one screen or whatever. And then he went on, and I want to stress, this was years ago. So he goes on like this whole, almost a tirade of how autosaves are the best thing ever, and games without autosaves should be punished. One second. What is this? Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. Right. Look, I'm very pro save features. I'm just saying. I have been for a very long time. That is nothing new for me. Alright, what's going on? Oh, perfect. Hey, Valerian. That package is getting mailed next Monday. So it should be next week when it gets there. I was starting to worry because, you know, they've been very inconsistent lately. Anyways. Oh, that would be awful, Blanchable. How's it feel, Theodore? Sir? How's it feel to be a knight? Not sure what to... Dude, you don't gotta tell me, Plutonia. I grew up cutting my teeth on Mario and Mega Man. Mario has no saves at all. There's no save system whatsoever. Mega Man had the password system. I think Zelda 1 was my first exposure to a save system. And yeah, I'm never going back. Yes, I'm not sure what to say, sir. Of course you aren't. The Knight Temple is just a name. You risked your life in there to obtain a mummified rat tail. Wah wah. Oh, Ross. Oh. Have you figured it out yet, boy? You don't become a knight just because you obtained an emblem. Retrieving it was a test of your resolve. You've only arrived at the start of your journey. There's yet a long road ahead before you truly belong to the Red Rings. Amazing, Prince Theodore. Can't wait to see you become a paladin and follow in your father's footsteps. I haven't made up my mind about becoming a paladin yet. Also, good freaking luck. For those of you who don't remember, there is one paladin in the world. Ah, my lord, with the blood from King Cecil and Queen Rosa, surely you could be... Incoming attack! Calm down, soldier. You call yourself a knight of the Red Wings. But, Captain, we have monsters, countless swarms of them. What? Here they come! The good news is he is part alien, but still. He's one of the only people, again, on the planet, who could actually even attempt to become a paladin. In fact, I think at this moment in time, the number of people who could attempt that is 2. And one of them is a paladin. Well, I wasn't counting the other one. And that's all I'll say about that. So what does Awaken do? I mean, I do too, Dakota. I actually have always liked the idea of there being a paladin as opposed to, you know, Warcraft. Like, I love Warcraft to death as a setting, but for those of you not aware, a paladin in Warcraft is a holy priest who happens to have martial training, and that's it. I don't want to diminish that, but, like, literally anybody in that setting could become a paladin. There's a reason it's one of the most common classes you'll encounter amongst NPCs. So, yeah, I kind of like the idea that there's the paladin. Yeah, priest in a tin can. Exactly, Rex. Then again, it could be worse than WoW. It could be FF14. Who in chat knows what a paladin is in FF14 in lore? Yeah, Scarlet Crusade were paladins, exactly. Pretty much straight up fascists. And human supremacists, too. Why does it keep doing this? Is this a bug? We gained 2 levels out of that. Woo. How can there be so many of them? Smoke is coming from Baron's direction. From Baron? Full speed ahead! Prince Theodore! No. Who are these losers? Hey, it's Cecil. Rosa got a new outfit, inexplicably. Cecil did not. My liege, a large horde of monsters is headed this way. The numbers were supposed to be dwindling. Oh, that's true. He's got the extra spikes now. Forgot about that. You stay here, Rosa. Protect Rosa for me. Cecil, Rosa knows Holy. Holy can kill you. Rosa is also an archer. Thank you. Look, I didn't call it Cecil until the DS version came along and I started hearing the voice acting. I was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. What is Cecil? That's also where Rydia came along, and Yong. Anyways, stand your guard right here. Yes, sir. We'll guard the throne with our lives, sir. What? Yang doesn't bother me, but I had never called him that before. And let me tell you, you go literally like 20 years, I guess that's more like 15 years, calling someone something, and then someone's like, nah, it's this other thing. It's like, oh, okay. And yes, I understand that Cecil is an actual British name. I get it. But I've been calling it Cecil for pretty much half my life. Cecil Rydia is how I used to call that one. I'm sorry. Sid has joined the ranks, moved to Repel the Fiends. He's like 60 now. I just want to remind you. No, 70, excuse me. Because he was like 53, I want to say. So now he's 73. I will protect the throne with my life. Yes, Yang was how I used to call that. Is the town of Baron safe? Its fate worries me. We're the exact same NPCs as before. If only Kane could be here for us right now. We must dispatch this monster horde before Prince Theodore returns. What? Okay. Now it's time to make use of all the training and practice I've gone through. 71, excuse me. I was 2 years off. Wait until the monsters get a taste of what Baron has to offer. I'm ready to sacrifice my life if it will keep Baron safe. Okay, guys, this is FF4, I know, and everyone just is very sacrifice happy. Can we not? Just cast some spells, dude. And yes, Tidus was first voice acted over in Kingdom Hearts 1. It was such a rare and random reference that most people considered it non-canon. I shouldn't say most people. Most people I knew considered it non-canon. It wasn't until, I think, Dissidia came along and was like, yeah, Tidus, that it was like, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, that one weirds me out. Why can't Rosa be pregnant during FF4? Like, I'm sorry, Cecil and Rosa were a thing before FF4. Before FF4. And, she wasn't married yet. Oh, no! My god. People can have sex before they're married? With someone they love, no less? What? It's okay, she got a sand fever, which is cured by a ruby. I love FF4, I do. I do. It's gonna score decently when we get there. What the crap? It's just... There are things in that game which is just... Huh? Where are these monsters coming from? Why are we just listening to the boss song? Yeah, that's the other thing. Not only are we just reusing assets, we're reusing concepts. Because this is Fabule 2.0. Oops. And now we fight Odin. That would be very funny, actually. Yeah, I remember that thing, but I don't remember where it is. Yeah, meanwhile, King Cecil is looting his own castle. It's okay, all the chests are in the exact same spots they were in the original game. So, there's this taboo in Japan. It's actually still there to some extent, but it was really bad in the 80s and 90s. And that taboo is, you're not supposed to kill humans. It's different when you kill a human. If they're a monster, or a goblin, or an alien, or whatever, it's fine. No problems. You're not allowed to kill humans. This is actually one of the reasons why an inordinate quantity of RPGs have you fighting a person, but then, like, as soon as you enter combat, that person turns into a monster. So you're not actually fighting the person. It's okay. And yes, I know that's not just a Japanese thing. It's just, it was a really big thing in Japan. Like, more so than other places. And yeah, it leads to some really dumb stuff. Like, the entirety of FF3, to use my personal favorite example of that. There are literally dozens of human enemies, like story enemies, in FF3, Every single one of them, 100% of them turns into a monster. No, the some guy being the hardest fight in the game thing has to do with, oh god, what's that called? The counter PC or whatever that's called? Yeah, exactly, Ross. I forget the term for it, but it's the PC but a bad guy. The idea is that you're fighting the equivalent of you. No, it totally does, Blake Joel. It's been weirding me out this entire time. Yes, in FF8, there's a human who you could have fought as a human, and he turns into this giant blorp monster. Completely unnecessary. King Cecil, get inside the keep. It's too dangerous here. Yes, my liege. We see he beelined for her because she's the one he's been trying to have a second kid with. Look, he's a king. It's what he does, alright? He actually has like 12 kids at this point, but... Bagan, Reggie. And yeah, Bagan is the exact same thing. In fact, the whole reason Dr. Lugay is a plot point in FF4, this is not a joke, is the exact same concept I was just talking about. To make sure that any of the humans you might have fought aren't. Yeah, no kidding, Derek, right? You okay? I'm sorry, my liege. Actually, yes, Maze. You can tell FF4 was starting to pull out of that a little bit. And yet, FF4 still replaces most of the human enemies pretty quickly with monsters. In fact, I do believe the last time you fight human enemies in FF4 is when you go to Baron the second time. When you fight Yang and the two guards. And it's like a slow phase-out thing up until then. Like, if you remember the invasion of Fabul, you start off with a couple of guards, and then you go to monsters for the rest of the fight. Oh yeah, that's true. Hi, Rosa. I just can't take you seriously for not wearing a bikini, Rosa. I'm sorry. I'm coming with you. No, you can't. I will not let you put yourself in danger. That's what I'd like you to say to you, Cecil. Wouldn't having a white mage on your side help you devote your full attention to fighting? I'm joking, but I kind of like her outfit. It's the only outfit I've liked so far in the whole game. Fair enough, but I want you to make me a promise. If worse comes to worse, I want you to run. Run. And survive. And leave you to die. That's actually true, Maze. I hadn't thought about that, but I bet you money they don't count. I'm dead serious, like the Valkyrie enemies on the moon and stuff. I bet you they look at that and they're like, no, that's not actually a person. Yes, for Theodore's sake. You must leave me to die, Rosa. Foreshadowing. Sorry. One of the most powerful people in the world has joined the party. I mean, you'll notice the game, FF4 has no problem with us fighting Lunarians. I told you, aliens are fine. So that's what it was. The monsters came from the air. Every single one of them has been like a gargoyle. Cecil, look. The moon. That's no moon. Yeah, even Zemus turned into a monster. That's actually a valid point. And every tide in the world just shifted by several feet. Rydia, Yang, Nightwing, Edward, I think? Is no idea. Forum, I think. Edge? Is that Golbez's? Why now, of all times? Yes, the moon. The moon is backstabbing the other moon! Always was. Thank you for the sub, Nightwing. Yeah, that's actually a good question. Where are our air defenses? They even mentioned earlier that we have a super powerful airship fleet still. And we literally just saw a Red Wing ship because Theodore was on it. Don't tell me we have one ship. Oh my god, it's Star Trek. It's Star Trek all over again. Even the good Star Trek films, with one exception, have one repeated plot point which sucks. Star Trek 1, 2, and 5. Hang on. Thinking about that in my head. So I guess it's only just the 3, excuse me. But Star Trek 1, 2, and 5 have this... Oh, and 7, excuse me. Have the same exact plot point. And that is, you're the only ship in range. Which is dumb. If it was in the middle of Timbuktu nowhere, 15 parsecs that way, maybe. Maybe. But it's not. It's always right Earth. Sid, Cecil, this is your capital. Where is your fleet? Well, you see. They're invading the rest of the world. You know, that's like the 5th time someone has mentioned Fear and Hunger in my streams in the last couple of months. Why is that just suddenly being a thing I'm hearing way too much about? What has pulled that to public consciousness? Also, Jesus Christ, Sid. Look at Sid. Look at him. Oh my god. Like, I want to like his design, and I hate it. Damn late, Cecil. Remember, I've always got your back. This is a 71-year-old man. Of course I am. I haven't slowed down that much, you know. Seriously, look at him. What I'd like to know, though, is where these monsters came out of the blue. I want to like the beard, but it's flat. Like, it looks good here at this angle. Wait until he looks to the side. Look at that. You can see that it's just a 2D, like, it's paper. It's a sheet of paper pasted to his chin. So where's Theodore? He's on an expedition with the Red Wings to obtain a Knight's Emblem. He ain't back yet. There's no need to worry. Biggs is there to take care of him. Well, then I guess we better do something about this place ourselves. Wouldn't want to spoil the celebration banquet. Yeah, well, Sid, you're an airship guy, right? You like ships? Oh, hey, the moon just... You see what I mean? The moon just changes. Because, you know, they can do that as a plot trigger. I'd better be a damn good sandwich, Mr. Eder. I'm going to be upset. Excuse me, I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, most of the PSP sprites by memory were very similar. Ironically, I think this is one of the only things the DS version has been doing better, is like actually having varied sprites. Oh, wow. Yeah, those... Oh, my God. He is noticeably weaker than Cecil, which, I mean, fair. But, like, half the speed and a loss of about 20%... Or, excuse me, 15% accuracy. That's not great. It's okay, let's keep Rosa in the back. Where the girls go. mean, it's not like Sid was ever a powerhouse in FF4, but God. Well, at least Sid, the 71-year-old engineer, is the same level as the only paladin in the world and half-alien Cecil. Oh my god, why does Cecil have 3 beds in his room? No, once for all his baby mamas. Castle Gate has not been breached, excuse me. It means it must have flown in. We know that already, Sid. Yeah, there's just this chair in the corner of the room. Alright, Valerian, you know the question I'm going to ask you. Cecil's like, get a job, you hippie! You know what? That's fair, Valerian. I can't actually argue that. Recently, Mr. Red has been playing through Symphony of the Night. I hope he's been enjoying that. And the reason I bring that up is because Symphony of the Night is one of those interesting games that isn't really new player friendly. Not like some other Metroidvanias are. Symphony of the Night is a game that's much more enjoyable when you know what you're doing and where everything is. I bring that up because I feel like a lot of games fall into that category. And from a review perspective, that's bad. It effectively means you need a walkthrough or a second playthrough to really enjoy it. But, yeah, I was going to say, Metroid Dread, by contrast, is something that I could hand to someone who's never played a 2D platformer before, and they could slide right into that. Yep. Thanks for the speed. But yeah, you get the point, right? Like it's a valid reason to enjoy something, even if it arguably doesn't make the game better. And to use another example, Mega Man X8 is a good game, and it is. But it is not new player friendly at all. I would never recommend someone start a Mega Man X game with Mega Man X8 16-bit. That just sounds horrible. That's true. We did, Ross. It was miserable. I still to this day remember just how much I hated my first playthrough of Breath of Fire 3, and why it took me years to get back to that game. Playing it with a guide and knowing what to do with the mentors alone. Ugh. Oh god, I'm not there yet, Ross. Don't spoil it, don't spoil it. I'm still back at the Lighthouse segment. Because I was trying to review Wrath of Khan. Yeah, Diligent Dodo, look, we're playing Final Fantasy IV. What if Final Fantasy IV was a bad game? Oh, I should put a link to that. Hang on. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Sorry. So voting is open. I was going to mention that earlier, and I've just been kind of brain dead. Sorry. So if you type !vote, you might get a link to a couple of votes. This is the vote. This is the big one. Remember, it's ranked choice. Take your time. There are 30 options. You can pick 20. Give me 1 second, please. I want to set something up here. Come on. Oh my god, Chrome has been getting so bad lately. Yeah, more than usual. Excuse me. Like, way more than usual. So, for those of you wondering, I only use Chrome for exactly 2 things. One of those happens to be bot related. So, that's why that's a thing. I mean, duh, Greenstorm Mage. You kidding me? Fun little anecdote. I shared this on Discord already. So there I was, minding my own business. I got an email from my website provider that says, "Hey, good news! We're enabling you to turn on AI support and AI stuff to put AI into your AI. AI, 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 AI." And I'm like, oh, God, no, no, please, for the love of God, please don't do this to me. So I go to, disable all that crap. And good news, I already did that like a year ago. There it is. Okay. Do me a favor, Brigwin. Try that what if command again. There we go. Okay, so the vote is live and what if is there, and I'm going to be plugging that for a hot minute. Yeah, it's all turbo turned off. It's just, would you want more AI? You can get AI working for you. Uh, Actually, I think you're right, because as I was doing the audit, I added 2 positives. Hang on, hang on. So it's 82 and 44 are the correct numbers. Where's the wrong numbers? Let's see. Where's the option to make AI self-destruct? Good news! Okay, so that's 82 and 44, which is correct, and 126. And 378.96, which is correct. Well, vote for 6 then, Diligent Dodo. You can vote for as many or as few as you want. But remember, you guys voted for what was in that list, so that's on you all. I'm hands off. I only got rid of a couple of meme votes, and literally only like 2. Okay, plus 82, plus 44, and this should be 370.96. There. Fixed. There, done. Go away. Alright, I guess I should play the game that's actually in front of me. I guess. Ugh. Let's write down some negatives. Okay. Sid. Oh, wait, hang on. One more negative. Sorry. Oh, yeah, no, the worst list is a who's who. Like, it's... Take your time with that one, honestly. That vote's going to be up for a while. You have time. Don't feel the need to rush. I just want everyone to know that the vote is now live. So you can take your time, figure it out. There's only the 2 votes, best and worst. You can vote for 1 to 20 things. It is gradient and granular by design. Okay, Sid, I've got a favor to ask. I'm listening. I've always got your back, Cecil. Get Rosa out of here because she's weak and pathetic. Oh, God! I was joking! She's stronger than you, Cecil! She could literally one-shot you! I want you to take Rosa and get out of the castle. Cecil? Baron will fall before long if this continues. The whole country. Cecil. Okay, I made a joke, and this was on purpose, of course. During the What If FF4 Was a Bad video, Rosa has exactly 2 types of dialogue. One is needless exposition. The other is Cecil. And I think she says Cecil. Is like, I want to say 12 times in a 7-minute video. There's a reason. I did that. I'm staying with you. No. King's orders, Rosa. Take care of Theodore. Come on, say Cecil again. Say Cecil again. Ah, bro, they always have to be so darn stubborn. I'm counting on you, Sid. Please. I have to trust a 71-year-old man with a hammer to protect my goddess white mage wife. Leave it to me. Just make sure you don't get yourself killed. Got it? When we finally review Assassin's Creed 2, I don't think it will review super well. I think it'll get some positives. It will. Especially on the story axis. But gameplay-wise, AC2 is rough, and I think a lot of people forget that. Yeah, by the way, we'll be playing the PC version. And it's not a good port. Oh no, it's... I have no idea what it is. Bahamut? Oh, yeah. So we have to have a new character. Naturally, we give her the most boring design in the universe. Rydia! Wait, no. So you're Cecil. You know who I am? Dude, you're king of the world. And fighting Bahamut, which makes no sense on basically any level. And don't worry, when they explain this, it's going to make less sense. Oh yeah, sorry, Bahamut! So let's just auto-battle this for a minute. I forgot auto-battle even exists. That's my fault. I don't even mention it, actually. And I've been talking to everybody. Yeah, this might actually be a positive. Oh my god. What's that for a weird thought? Wow, you have not been doing your spell studies, dude. So this is the limit of a half-breed. As expected. The feeling. It couldn't be that my father... Maximum speed. I don't care if we blow the engine to pieces. Sulu said it better. We're already beyond maximum output. That's not what that... Okay. We've gone off course. Critical damage to the right wing. We've lost control. No! Well, Theodore's dead. This is bad. I knew this was bad walking in, but wow! So to be very clear, I've never liked After Years. No offense to those of you who like the After Years. But the thing is, I've always been going off of the PSP version, which I'll tell you right now is better than the version we're playing. So this might actually score even worse than I was expecting. Also, I don't mean to be a prude. Rydia, what are you wearing? My dear Rydia, you must leave here at once. What? Why all of a sudden? There is nothing to fear. What do you want? Your power. I am here to take it. We'll see about that. Bahamut is already under our control. The hallowed father of the Eidolons. Who are you? If you knew enough to send Rydia away in a hurry, how did you not... Okay. Tower of Babel. It's back! Which makes absolutely no sense. By the way, let's just ignore how insane of a thought it is. But let's just move on. Of all the things I dislike about FF4DS's visual style, the Tower of Babel's not one of them. I think they did a good reimagining of it as a techno tower. I don't know what else to call it. King Giat, the Tower of Babel. It's a slow panning shot. What is with these cameras? And it really is way zoomed in. This is strange. I mean, this is better than the Tower of Babel in FF14, which I actively hate. Hate getting that dungeon in the roulette, and I hated going through it the first time. Anyways, we just had a giant airship crash, and if you've ever played any video game ever, you know that a helicopter crash is just how you land. So everyone's fine. Watch, I'm about to be proven wrong and everybody's dead except for us. Captain Biggs. Captain Biggs, you put your life on the line for me. Why? I was more of a soldier. You wouldn't be like this right now. Captain Biggs. You have heal magic. Dude, no, really. You no cure. I believe you're right, Maze, because I don't remember that being a thing. Is this on the Switch? That's a good question. I'm playing on the PC. He's dead. They're all... Okay, fine. Everybody died except for the superhuman. I take it back. They're dead. All of them. Happy birthday! Okay, he's alive. Heal him. Prince Theodore, you're unharmed, aren't you? Stop talking. I'll find somebody to help. You know... You know cure! Okay, I know that not healing in cutscenes is kind of a joke in Final Fantasy games, but actually isn't all that common. Like, most of the time, when a character can heal, they can heal in story. FF8 is actually a good example of this. So is FF5, right? In both, and FF4, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. In all three games, people who have healing magic can heal, you know, in a cutscene, right? Yeah, I was just saying, Rosa healing Edge in FF4 is an immediate example of this. FF5 has, you know, that example. Like, come on. I couldn't get you back to Baron safely, my prince. Oh, hurry. Away from here. I can't do that, Captain Biggs. Pulls out knife. You see, stab. I'm going to go make sure that Cecil never needs to worry about the throne, because I've taken care of everything. I'm just a squire. You can't expect me. I can't do it on my own. Just a squire. Actually, yeah. We're the Red Wings, the pride of Baron, and now he's been thieves sent to plunder from the weak? Enough. Captain, the Mazzidians offered no resistance, and still we cut them. Hey, you remember this scene from FF4? Don't you remember this scene from FF4? This is not the first time, or excuse me, this is not the last time we're going to be seeing this, by the way. Theodore, listen to me. We must return to our beloved Baron, no matter the cost. Did you also notice that the translation in that cutscene was better? Like, I don't want to come down too harshly, but I've noticed that the translation of After Years here is basically the SNES version's translation, which isn't very good. And the scene we just saw the flashback of was copy-paste the DS version's translation, which is really good. And to compare, like, to do that right next to each other is kind of jarring, you know? And now, that's what it means to be a knight of the Red Wings. Yes, sir. You are the last of the Red Wings. What? Okay, apparently it's not the only ship in range. It's apparently the only ship, period. Also, the only troops, period. Did you... Okay. Did we do a disarmament? Did we do a sequel trilogy? Cecil! We, the Red Wings, are the greatest airship fleet in the skies. All one of us, apparently. My orders are the law to you. That's a hell of a last words. Oh my god, that scarf. I actually do, Blade Javal. They said they were knocking down the tanks because there would be no more need for tanks. I remember that. They needed the parts from the tanks to repair the castle, which always weirded me out. Not because of the disarmament. How are tank parts going to help rebuild a castle? Like, tank. Castle. Tank. Everything is wrong with this. Oh god, it's the last Starfighter. It's the last Starfighter. No! We built a new medical wing out of tank shells. What do you mean, did we deactivate them? Credit to Valerian for that. No. Just thrown into it. Anyways, oh god, I think you're right, Sar. But see, it's only a scarf. He's only half of Cecil's heroicness. See, because that's the hey, yeah. We're smart. Oh, this is a treat, Valerian. What's funny is I'm gonna hate this game in like 2 days, but right now this is at least fun. I need to look up cheats. I am so not prepared for this run. I don't have a walkthrough. I don't have cheats prepped. I have nothing. I was just like, oh shoot, I need to play a bad game Friday. Also, not that Mr. Red is here, but he actually made me happy by successfully guessing the game we were playing. Because at least one person put enough thought and effort into thinking about it to deduce what I was going to be playing today. Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, I'm a member of the Red Wings. I can't let it end like this. Oh my gosh, it's totally not Kane. Still alive. Still, old friend. You are beneath me! You didn't look completely useless back there, but taking on a monster like that is suicidal. I can do it. I must get back to Baron, no matter the cost. Oh god, wouldn't that be a plot twist? Kane is actually Theodore's father. Rosa! It would explain why Theodore is such a ninny. And blonde. Even with no airship. I'm a member of the Red Wings of Baron. I don't need an airship to lay claim to that. You've heard of them? Who hasn't heard of them would be a better question. That's the most famous unit in Baron's military. Yeah, and it just got wiped out. Somehow. I missed it. How did our ship blow up? Like, did I seriously just space? I mean, we were running the engines hard and then we crashed. Did we seriously just crash because we were running the engines too hard? Is that all that happened? Did we... Oh my god, did we just kill ourselves? You see the monsters were attacking. I hate to bring physics into a Final Fantasy game, but how? Like, we were gunning it, right? So the airship is just blazing along. Full tilt. And, like, imagine a gargoyle being like, eh. It's just like, how do they hit us? Oh, no. No, that's it. That's it. Bird strike. Except gargoyle strike. That would actually make a disturb. Like, this gargoyle's like, I'm gonna fight them. Why aren't they slowing down? And then, oh god, one went into the engine. You best be careful, though. The monsters are restless ever since the trouble. Trouble? Don't tell me you don't know. The war that raged across this land once. Yes, I know. My mother and father have often told me about it. It's what they tell me to go to sleep. Remember, son, Final Fantasy IV was a good game. Now repeat after me. FF4 is the best FF. FF4 is the best. We can reach Baron from Mysidia in the west. Jesus Christ! Did we go nowhere? As a reminder, Silvara, excuse me, Mithril, which is where we just were, it's actually north of Mysidia. Anyways, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Let's go, let's go, let's go. My name is Theodore. I don't have a name. No. I abandoned it long ago. Huh? Aren't you in a hurry? Sure thing, Kane. Don't call me that. Sure thing, Squall. Shut up. Hang on, I'm actually going to double-check a map of FF4 really quick. Let me double-check this. Because I usually don't go to Mithril, honestly. There's just not a lot of reason to go there. Okay, yeah, so Mithril... What the crap? How did we end up east of Mysidia? Hang on. Actually, where are we? Let's check the map. We are... Okay, you can literally see on the map where Mithril is. It's the dot. It's the cave and town icon northeast of us. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, so what? So we were going southwest. Yeah, Baron's northwest for us. Why were... No, I'm going to give this a negative. I am, because there's too much about this that doesn't really make sense. And it's very clear they were going for something specific here. How do I pull up the map? There we go. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. There are only 3 spots labeled on the map, so there's no mistaking this. The castle is barren, the town is mithril, we're the dot. They just really wanted us to go to Mysidia next. And rather than do anything that would make sense, they had us start up in mithril. You know what would have made a lot more sense? This is just literally right off the top of my head here, okay? We start at Mount Ordeals. Mount Ordeals has a few people there because ever since... No, not to become a paladin. We're not here to become a paladin. But ever since, you know, FF4, under Cecil's direction or just under the direction of Mysidia, Mount Ordeals has been a place where knights go to train, to become part of the Red Wings, right? So we're there, which, if you don't know on the map, is basically straight east of us. We get up on the airship. As we're getting on the airship gets absolutely, like, dive bombed. Literally dive bombed. Maybe by, you know, mom bombs, maybe by gargoyles. Doesn't necessarily matter. The airship barely succeeds at taking off. Limps forward and then comes right back down. All of a sudden, our positioning makes perfect sense, because we were right here, and got to right here. Now we're on foot, going to Mysidia. Boom, done, fixed. It also allows us to reuse assets, which is one of the things this game loves the most. Who dares donate to me? It was Diligent. Oh gosh. Okay, so first of all, Fire Emblem 4. I'm just gonna put Fire Emblem 4. There's no way I'm typing Genealogy of the Holy War, because that's gonna break the website. I can only put so long of a title on the website. Anybody who knows what Fire Emblem 4 is, anyways. Thank you for the donation, very much. As always. And best Fire Emblem game. Of the ones I have played, which is 7, 8, 13, 14, and 16. I think I'm getting my numbers right. It's 7 and 8. It's the 2 GBA ones. I actually have played Genealogy. Excuse me. So I've played 4. I've played 7. I've played 8. I've played Awakening. The first 3DS one after Awakening, not the remake. The one that was 3 games in one. And then I've played 3 Houses. Of those, I would give it to 3 Houses. I have to give it to 3 Houses, as much as it aggravates me and I never want to play it again. It is 3 Houses. But if you asked me which Fire Emblem I would most want to replay, it would probably be 7 or 8, the GBA ones. Those were... So 7 was my very, very first introduction into actually properly playing the Fire Emblem series. And let me tell you, that was a hell of an introduction. Okay. Negatives. Give me a second here. So I played, like, the 3rd Fates game, not the first 2, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's the thing. 3 Houses just kind of destroys it on the gameplay axis. Absolutely destroys it. Story axis... There's some good stuff there, but... There's also one song in that game that I absolutely hate. And then a bunch of songs I love. Yeah, exactly. The freaking the academy, the monastery. I hate it. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I want it to die. If in real talk, if the monastery section did not exist, I probably would have already pushed for replaying Fire Emblem, or for replaying 3 Houses. I know, Ross. I know. Again, I would be more inclined to do that. Monastery didn't exist. Or if it had proper New Game Plus. That would also help, right? Like, when we get to Triangle Strategy, we'll be doing 3 routes there. But the third routes are going to be, like, a tenth of the time because it has New Game Plus. What's that, Blitterfall? Yeah, when we get to 3 houses, there's a pretty good chance I'm going to break that run up into chunks. To save myself some sanity. Unless, and I keep holding out hope for this, I somehow find a way to cheat. I haven't yet, but if I ever figure out cheats, that's going to help me so much. So I could just... Sorry about that. I wanted to jot down some notes. You know what? Yeah, that would make sense. But then we couldn't have all of them die. We need them all to die in Blades of All. I notice Kane has dropped to level 15. What the hell? Jesus, Kane. What have you been doing the last 20 years? The Hall of Prayer at the north end of town. Someone there can break the seal for us. The seal? Oh, right. Thank you for reminding me, game. Yes, the seal blocking the way to the Devil's Road. What I love about this is they try to make it a big mystery who Kane is here. Please remember, this is a game specifically and implicitly designed for FF4 fans. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Where the hell? There it is. Why don't we fix something here really quick? There we go. Welcome to Zydia, sacred ground for all mages. Yes, yes. Listen, Kane, he's been on a bender, okay? We heard this tremendous sound echo from the east. Has something gone awry over there? No. There's no corpses to deal with. No airship wreckage. You'll find Porum in meditation in the Hall of Prayer. Whoops, hang on. What? She's the white mage who, in her younger years, accompanied King Cecil on his quest to save the world. Just... I've, shall we say, graduated from my life as a dancer. I know I certainly won't miss the toll it took on my body. This village is home to a pair of twin mages, both highly gifted in their respective fields. I'm sure one of them will lead the entire village when the time comes. And it won't be Palom. You missed the sky yet? There are 2 moons up there again. No warning whatsoever. Yeah, one of them backstabbed the other one. You headed for Baron? I'd hold off on that if I were you. Suncoat, what's going on? It all seems too ominous to me. Sorry, boy. We don't serve milk or kitty drinks here. Scram! Rude. As prince, I order you to give me alcohol. Why is Kain using a sword? Sorry, just... Palom is the greatest black mage in all Mysidia, but if you ask me, he's not exactly the most pleasant person to be around. Yeah. Rumor has it the Dragoon is holed up in Mount Ordeals to the east. Alright. Yeah, I forgot another negative I need to give. In fact, actually, hang on. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Yeah. The shops suck in After Years. That's it. I could really break down the specifics of that. I could point out how FF4 actually had really good shop design by comparison. But that's the summary. The shop design sucks in After Years. The end. Alright, let's go back to our clown music. Alright, here's Theodore's One True Love. Pardon me, is there anyone who could unseal the Devil's Road for us? Someone who knows of the Devil's Road. Who are you? I am Theodore of the Red Wings of Baron. So you are. Heavens, you've certainly grown, haven't you? You know me? Of course, you don't remember me. We haven't met since you were a very, very young child. So you are... I'm Porum, White Mage of Mysidia. Yeah, as a reminder, she's like 30 now, I want to say? Porum, my parents have told me so much about you. So why do you want to use the Devil's Road? You said you're not with the Red Wings. Did you not come here by your ship? I was brought down by a horde of monsters. When I was an orphan, I had to beat up other orphans and drink their tears to sustain myself. Smoke is coming from Baron's direction. Okay. Okay. How did you see smoke coming from Baron? From anywhere? I know that we really have to shrink geography when it comes to an FF game. I understand that. I get it. But it's across an ocean. Even in Final Fantasy concepts, that's still a chunk of change, right? Like, that's still a distance. How did we see this? Okay. Yes, everyone could just sense disturbances in the Force in FF4. God, they were 5? They were 5? Oh my god. I need to add geography as a category. Jesus Christ. I'm not joking, by the way. Replay FF4 sometime. Everybody can just sense things. Everybody just has the Force. It's actually kind of funny. Did you call from? Who are these people? We want to take the Devil's Road back to Baron. The White Mage here knows how to open the seal. Thank you very much. But I must warn you, the pathway wasn't named the Devil's Road for humor's sake. It'll be a tough path to traverse by yourselves, I fear. I'd go with you, but I can't leave the Hall of Prayer empty right now. These two mages will accompany you instead. Please take care, and send Cecil and Rosa my regards. Oh man, my favorite FF4 party members. White Mage and Black Mage. And you would be? No one you know, I should think. Let's go, Theodore. Tragic backstory. Let me tell you, of all the lines of dialogue, writing Kane's was the funnest. The Elder's health has been taking a turn for the worst. It would be greatly appreciated if you could keep it quiet. Oh, it's you, Theodore. You've grown into such a fine man. Me? Oh, don't worry, I'm not that bad quite yet. I'm more concerned about you. Please be careful. The moon is two once more. You must hurry to Cecil's side. You were all beneath me! Oh my god, they're level 10! They're level 10! We're already past that! Why? Okay, hang on. Well, right now it's the wrong moon phase. So let's go to bed. Yes, this is just from FF4DS. Just straight up. Yeah, I was wondering about the portrait. Like, why is she refusing to look at me? What did I do to piss you off? I have to join your party. Oh my god. Okay, you can't see this, of course. But I predicted it. Hang on. Okay. No, it's gonna be too far down. Do you see that? That's the Elder of Mysidia right there. And then that's a Black Mage, that's a White Mage, and that's Palom, and that's Porum right there. I know they're like just below. You kind of... There. See? I knew it! I predicted after years when I designed this, like, forever ago. I'm pretty sure this image actually predates the PSP version, too. Alright. I predicted hell. I knew. When I was raised on the street. Oh, wait, I forgot where I was going. Although I should probably save, actually. Yes. Does anyone remember when Theodore's tale ends, by the way? Like, I actively don't remember off the top of my head. These all blur together, because I played them as one bundle. I will now release the seal. Stand back, please. See, I thought it was when we got to Baron, but... Oh, that might be part of the problem. No one ever listens to me, Dr. Winter. Let us continue. Fun thing about the Devil's Road, they never actually explain it in FF4. So, welcome to one of the only unique dungeons in the entire game. And naturally, it's a teleport maze. Now, the good news is, between the camera shifting and the mini-map, this isn't as bad as it could be. Because for those of you not aware, teleport mazes are inherently player hostile. By sheer virtue of the fact that you can't tell where you are, where you've been, or where you're going. God, okay. It's hard to explain, but there's an input lag. Only in combat. Probably because of the 15 FPS thing. Yeah, that's why we slept, by the way. Oh, now Theodore learns Raise. Okay. See, that's why he couldn't help any of those Baronians, because, you know. That's true, Blade Traval. You are correct. That would be funny, releasing a PC game that was originally a console game 3 times, excuse me, and then not planning for it being, you know, controller friendly. Like, something about that would just be really funny if it was true. So why doesn't Kain have his jump ability? God! Worst game ever. Also, can I share my low-key favorite joke in the FF4 What If? I mean, there's a lot of jokes I'm proud of in that one, but like, there's a really quiet joke that I did right at the very beginning. For those of you who didn't catch it, the very first line of dialogue is Cecil telling Kain that they are friends. The very next line of dialogue is Kain immediately saying, "Rosa should be with me!" Because how many games have you seen where the characters just immediately begin the game by announcing their character motivation to someone who already knows it? As you know, I must gain vengeance for my murdered family, he says to his family's ghost. Also, one of the next lines is Kain informing Cecil that he has a tragic backstory. You know, because Cecil wouldn't know that, being his oldest friend from childhood. How many of you also love the fact that I just raced through the romantic subplot between Kain and Cynthia? Oh, trust me, I'm noticing it, Plutonian. Because, yeah, it's not just delay. So, this is technically a me thing. I imagine most people wouldn't even notice this. But I tend to be very snappy with my inputs, because I'm used to that kind of precision. As long as I'm not playing an MMO, I don't mash A, I tap, and that's my input. And then if the input doesn't go through because I tapped when it wasn't accepting inputs, that's when I kind of get thrown. That's one of the things I've been having here, is I'll tap, nothing happens. I mean, I could too, Blade Traval. Wow, that is actually better defense than his armor. Sure, whatever. As you know, Cecil, when I was a young lad, a boy named Cecil arrived and took my one true love away from me. I've never forgiven him for that, and I never will. Someday, God willing, I will destroy him for his hubris and taking the only woman I ever loved away from me. Remember killing you. Oh, I should just run from this. Yeah, that was a white mage suit. I was surprised Theodore could even equip it. This is a weird dungeon. I don't want to sound complainy, but it's literally just a narrow corridor with some bells and whistles. my god, it's an FF13 dungeon. Yeah, I swear there was a split here, and I keep waiting for it. And I guess I'm gonna keep waiting. Okay, bye. No kidding, Reggie. That's actually a good question. Someone do me a favor. When did FF13 come out? PS3. Oh god, Maze, that would be funny. Oh my god. 2009. So... yeah. This was made in the FF13 era of FFs, of Square. And let me tell you, there were some interesting games that were coming out in that era from Square. Not all bad. We did have Dissidia a few years later. And Birth by Sleep. Yep, I was about to say, FF14 was 2010. Just to put a perspective onto that. I'm pretty sure the initial release of this was 2008. I can double check that. Let's see. There we go. Yep, the original release was 2008. And then the PSP one was 2011. I knew that. And then this version was 2013, the 3D version. God. When was Dissidia? Hang on. Let's see. So Dissidia 1 was 2008. And that one was fine. The good Dissidia, here it is, was 2011. Yeah, okay. I think so, yeah, Dakota. Oh god, was it really played too well? All three DS Dragon Quest remakes were pretty solid. Their birthday was 2010. Thank you, Shadow Machine. I hope you at least enjoyed it a little bit. Yeah, we gotta have the best character in the game here. White Mage. Who is just White Mage. It's just a White Mage. Okay, so here's an actual maze. Ooh. Aw. What? Oh. Okay, that's not very well visually indicated, but whatever. We'll go with it. This camera. Yeah, Square has made a couple games. 2008 was Crisis Core. Well, there's a mixed bag of a game. I have to give my opinion on that one too early, but oosh. Look, there are aspects of Crisis Core I enjoy. I'm not going to lie, but... 2008 was the DS Chrono Trigger port, which was a pretty solid port. Remaster, I would even go so far as to say. Hi, Evo. It is always good to see you. Or what I meant to say was... Oh god, I can't remember the lines I gave you. The master will avenge me. As the game improved. The score is up to date. Yeah, so there's this phenomenon, Electric Shrimp, that I've observed many times. Most people remember the outro more than any other part of the game. I could name a lot of examples of this, but most of them are spoilers. You can probably think of a dozen examples just off the top of your head, right? And Chrono Cross comes to mind immediately. So, people tend to just remember the outro, and so that's the part that sticks with them. And Crisis Core actually had a pretty solid outro, for what it's worth. And they tend to forget the rest of the game. Like the honor of Soldier. Honorably honoring the honor that we have as we honor the honor. And yeah, the intro is the other big one. There's a reason I score intros and outros harsher than any other part of a game. It's what gets you in the door, and it's what you're stuck with when you're done. Yeah, Ungeal, I think, is actually the worst character in that game, legitimately. And I don't like Genesis. At all. Bad outro. Excuse me. Bad intro. Bad mid-game. Good outro. Wind Waker. It amuses me, Blade to Fall. No, think about it. Think about it. Wind Waker's intro isn't that bad. That's a little exaggerative. But Wind Waker's mid-game is not great. It is, in fact, the worst part of the game. Wind Waker's outro is phenomenal. It's one of the best outros of any Zelda game. Once again, I feel like a lot of people remember Wind Waker more fondly because that outro is legit. And yeah, Veilguard would probably qualify for that too. That's stretching it again, but I mean, we're probably going to stretch it no matter what. I'm not. Let me try to think if I could come up with a non-stretchy answer to that. You like how this is the same freaking encounter, by the way? It's already existing. Go away. Lufia 2! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, we just keep killing the same guy over, over, over. Actually, Kingmaker's an interesting one, because yeah, the intro to Kingmaker is pretty rough. It's probably the worst part of the whole game. I feel like the mid-game is technically 2 parts rather than 1. Because, like, the mid-game starts off, whoosh, and then it's just this, from my experience, it was this really slow decline of quality. Like, it never stopped getting worse until we got to the outro, and it's like, oh, wow, right. So So, welcome to Baron. I like swords. There's a prince in the castle who's just about to come of age. Wait, are you? King Cecil has ushered in an era of peace and tranquility to our nation. A shame his friend Sir Kane... Hang on. A shame his friend Sir Kane is not here to enjoy it. I was thinking about visiting Mist a bit earlier. Kay has been closed off by Baronian soldiers, though, and they refuse to let me through. Aw. But why? Let's go visit Rosa's mother. You see my granddad? He promised me a going... Oh, sorry, this is Sid's place, isn't it? My bad. Where could my father be? He hasn't been... since that attack. I figure he's just tinkering with the airship again, but still. I have to say I'm worried. The man's not exactly young anymore. He'd be livid if he heard me say that, but... Actually, you know what? ARR isn't a bad example of that. Don't at me. ARR does not have a good intro. ARR has a really bad mid-game. Pretty much everything to do with Titan and Garuda. But with the patches, and with the massive quality of life improvements to the finale, counting the finale as the castrum, the outro suddenly upticks noticeably in quality. Problem is you have to chop it off there and not count the patch content. An enormous shadow fell from the moon. What could it be? Probably Bahamut. If I were to guess. What are you peeking at? Nothing. Prude. Yeah, you're not the only person to tell me that. The updated changes to the finale really helped ARR's outro. Yeah, you know what? I think ARR is probably the most definitive answer to that, I could say. Actually, yeah, Blade Cheval Stormblood would qualify too. You're right. By contrast, Shadowbringers is more of a mystic quest. The intro is a banger. The outro is phenomenal. Both outros, actually. The mid-game, it's not as good. There's still some good stuff there, don't mistake me, but I mean... The Kingdom of Baron is ruled by King Cecil, the man who saved this entire land in the wars of the past. I'm so sorry, Yada. Do you need, like, help? Do you need someone to talk to? No, I don't want the moon to transition yet. Back in Endwalker, Linareth. We even covered them on camera. Rumor has it a fierce monster appears in the Mist Cave when the moon's at its brightest. If you're exploring during a full moon, I hope you're prepared for the worst. No matter what happens, we got King Cecil. That's all I need to feel secure. When the monster swarmed over the castle, I thought this was the end of this bar for sure. Takes a man like King Cecil to fend off that scourge without endangering any of us. I don't know, though. Why are the monsters multiplying so quickly all of a sudden? Queen Rosa has only grown all the more beautiful after becoming a mother. I hope I can pull it off half as graceful as she has. Yeah, she has magic. King Cecil and Queen Rosa visit the moon once, I hear. I'm so jealous. Hopefully the day will come when regular people can go there freely, too. King Cecil never had anything you could call a family. He seems so happy now that Queen Rosa and Prince Theodore are by his side. Possibly Linareth? Oh. Sure, buy one of those. And one of those, sure, why not? Oh god, a sequel to FF4? Jesus Christ, stop telling me to vote. Sorry. Arbitrarily change something iconic into something completely different. I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes, but for the life of me, I'm not coming up with an example off the top of my head. I mean, the problem is the FF series is all over the place. Like, it changes stuff constantly, right? Yeah, Chocobo Noise has changed from Que in 7 to Wark in 9. To use another example. Well, it is a full moon right now. Oh, wait, I need to equip everything, right? Because, you know. There we go. Yeah, one of the few consistencies in the FF series is that they change constantly. Arguably too much. Like, they will throw away perfectly good concepts and ideas because, let's try something new. No one may pass. Orders from the king. It's me, Theodore. No one may pass. Orders from the king. Can't you see who I am? No one may pass. Let's go, Theodore. Huh? We're wasting our time here. You could also say Moogles, specifically in FF12. The visual design of Moogles in FF12 is substantially different from Moogles from 3 to, like, 9. These guards were strange, so pale. What's more, they didn't even recognize me. Just like before. We can sneak into the castle through the waterway in town. You seem to know a lot about this, but isn't the way locked? Also, you weren't there for that, Kane. Well, I wasn't sure about 11s. And obviously 14s are the old ones. I think 12 is like the exception. So for the first time, I'm not sure what to do. I guess we go talk to every NPC again. Even though we just did that. I was gonna say, at this point, what I would do normally is just talk to everybody again. Almost we've already done most of that. Oh, here we go. Waterway key. I'm holding on to it for father, actually. You were right, Maze. I'll say, if one of the NPCs didn't have it, it would have been time to leave town and hope. Alright, time to do another dungeon we've already done. You like reused assets, but I love reused assets. Oh, they're weak to fire. Sure, whatever. They also don't like lightning, so that works out. I don't want to sound mean, but you can almost feel how cheap this is when it's like, oh shoot, we need them to go to this dungeon, but we don't want to rebalance the dungeon because that would be work. So here's a generic white mage and a generic black mage. That should cover the balance. Die, white mage. You could call me by my name, you know. What is your name, white mage? Tell me your name. White Magia? What's your name? Steve. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I know you. You're from Minecraft! Sorry. Oh no, we lost the full moon. No! Ah, well. I was hoping to fight a super optional hard mob. Maga Alba. What does that mean? Don't ask questions. Okay. Yeah, the Black Mage's name is just Tim. Why? It was going in style at the time. Don't look at me like that. Does you mean going out of style? No! It's in style, damn it. Grimtalf. No relation. No, it would be like Vovo. Or Vava, right? It would be another vowel instead of... Oh my god! But... Okay, I haven't heard it nearly as much as I thought I was going to. Yeah, yeah, let's do another one. Weak to lightning. Yes, we're gonna call that an eel. From now on, we all agree that's an eel. I do love how Kane's speed is just so much faster than everyone else's. It's not even funny. So which FF did blue magic the best? Oh, that's actually a tough one. Let me go ahead and start by saying I don't think any of them do it perfectly. Let me just start with that. Because there's two aspects of that, right? Technically three. The first aspect of that is how you learn. The second aspect is the actual quality of the skills in question. The third aspect is when in the game you get those skills, right? In other words, for example, FF9 may have some truly powerful stuff, but you don't really get access to it until pretty far into the game. Also, the way you learn blue magic spells in 9 sucks. Whoa! Okay. No, don't auto battle. No, wrong button. Wrong button. God damn it. Whatever, we needed that cure anyways. So, Yep, we've got 3 people just slow petrified here. Oh yeah, FF11 is the greatest game ever made, Giga. You heard it here. Nothing compares. Correct button this time. Nice. Quickly. Getting counterattacked to death here. My entire team is slow petrified. Oh, thank God. That's funny, Mace. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so let's heal up a little bit. Let's heal up a lot. Oh my God. So, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't remember the exact rules of learning for all the FFs right off the top of my head. Because I know in some of the games you just have to see the spell happen in combat, the end. In some of the games you have to be alive after seeing the spell happen. In some games, the spell has to target you, and you have to be alive at the end of it. And, that last one sucks the most. And then there's FF9, which is just terrible. I don't know what they were thinking of that. I love FF9, but... Of those, so, I'm almost positive FF7 is be alive at the end of it, and that's it, so just see it used and be alive. Don't quote me on that. I know FF6 is as well if we're using lores. Strago has to be alive at the end of it, or Gogo. Gogo could do it too. And we don't talk about FF8. And then 5s is get hit by and live, I'm almost positive. So of those, 7s and 6s are the better version. Yeah, no, 10s, 9s, and 8s all kind of suck, and 5s is problematic. So that leaves 6, 7, and that leaves 6 and 7, excuse me. I don't know why I was going for a third, as the best acquisition. So then we have availability. You know, when do you get access to these spells? 6 is not great about that. I love 6 to death. I do. Lores are way too backloaded. I'm not even counting rages. That's a whole other thing. Lores, that is to say Strago's abilities, you don't get the really good stuff until way too far into FF6. Once you get it, it's really good. The actual list of spells in FF6 is very good. Most of it's borrowed from FF5. But... problem there is that you don't get access to that until pretty far into the end of the game, so that's not great. Please don't die. Thank you for not dying. I actually appreciate that. An entire box of salmon. Holy crap. Oh god, I don't remember Tentus off the top of my head. I know it's a thing, I just don't remember it. Don't hit her. Oh, thank god. Anyways, this has been me kind of roundabout saying what people have already said immediately, that FF7 has the best. You know why? FF7 has the easiest and best method of learning what blue magic spells, because you just have to be alive at the end of it, or like the materia has to be alive or something like that, and see it happen in the battle. It has a good spread of spells across the game. You will get some super ridiculously uber powerful stuff towards the end, but you will also get useful spells for the enemy skill materia right at the beginning of the game. Pretty much the moment you have access to enemy skill, you have access to good spells that are worth using at the point at which you get them. And the spells themselves are really good. We've got Big Guard, we've got White Breath, we've got... oh god, I don't actually remember all the others. Those are the two really big ones. There's all the elemental spells. Yeah, Matra Magic is immediately useful, because it's just typeless. And it's your only source of typeless damage that early on. Stuff like that. So I do think FF7 wins from a blue magic perspective. Jesus Christ, stop throwing me up against this same enemy group. And yeah, you can get the fire AoE spell from Zolom if you know what you're doing. If you don't, you could still get the lightning and the cold? No. There's another AoE. There's like a third AoE spell you can get with enemy magic before you realistically are going to have access to like Fire 2 or Ice 2 or whatever. Yeah. I think it is Aqualung, yeah. Which is another good one in FF5, actually. Appropriately enough. FF5's got the worst acquisition. Technically has the best loadout of spells. Oh, don't mistake me, FF7 spells are very good, but FF5 spells are stupid. Because they hadn't thought about balancing them yet, so they're all just really useful. Just all of them are really useful. Some of them are situationally useful, but they are all useful. And you can get access to spells all those. I would actually say the biggest problem with FF5s is you need a walkthrough. I suppose you could say that about all of them. Yeah, 5 plays completely fast and loose with its balance, and it is to the game's benefit. Every FF after that has nerfed the concepts they added in 5. And, in my opinion, it's to their detriment. Again, lores in FF6 are nowhere near as good as Blue Magic in FF5, and same thing with enemy skills in 7 and the nonsense of 8 and 9. It's just attack. What's funny is FF5 is also probably the hardest Final Fantasy game. Pound for pound. Like, in terms of proper difficulty, not like, you know, bullcrap difficulty. There's a lot of variety of a lot of enemies, which use a lot of strategies, and a lot of bosses, which have a lot of tactics attached to them. Most people don't think of it as particularly hard, because you can break FF5 over your knee. But if you don't, it'll break you over it. I would also say, personally, that I think the final boss, the final boss of FF5 is the hardest final boss we've ever had in a Final Fantasy game. Yeah, Twin Towers, if you don't know what you're doing and you're not prepped for it, will just beat your teeth in. You can also soft lock yourself if you don't know what you're doing there. Ask me how I know. Yeah, actually, Glitchwall. Well, you see, Yada, when I was a young lad, sucking the moisture off the streets to survive. Yeah, FF5, this is not a comment, like, there's no opinion here, right? FF5 was the last time they deliberately tried to make Final Fantasy games hard. From FF6 onwards, they had a completely different philosophy that they've never walked away from. Optional bosses are allowed to be difficult, but otherwise the game is designed to be more completable by more people. You may ask all the controversial questions are. Cereal is in fact a soup. I'm sorry. Someone had to say it. I actually agree with that, Blade Taval, but I wasn't counting that, admittedly. That makes it kind of a weird exception. Also, not made by Square. Oh God, Chicago deep dish pizza is the greatest thing that humankind has ever. That okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I love me some proper deep dish. I want it at least an inch tall, at least, preferably closer to. Yeah, I'd say it's about 2 inches. Father, mother, Theodore. I agree with that completely. I don't like Pikachu. I'm sorry. Fat Pikachu was fine. He's cute. But I like Raichu, but I don't like Pikachu. I I understand logically and realistically and marketing wise why Pikachu became the mascot. Doesn't mean I care. Doesn't mean I agree. It's just they did it because a corporate group, a bunch of suits in a very boring meeting sat down and said, "We are going to make Pikachu the mascot." And that's why Pikachu is the mascot. It didn't grow diegetically. It didn't grow naturally. Anyways. Your parents are in the castle? Yes. What are their names? My father's name is Cecil. My mother's name is Rosa. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Eevee is literally a better mascot. In fact, Eevee is more thematically a better mascot because have you thought about really think about this for a second? How many different variants of Pikachu have we had over the years? Like we have the different colored Pikachu, we have the Pikachu with the pirate hat, the naval captain's hat. We've got the Pikachu with the scarf. We've got the Pikachu with the weird like monocle thing, and so forth and so. I'm not going to go down the list. They've had to add all this crap to have different versions of Pikachu. Eevee's right there. There are multiple Eevees already. It's just done. Hi, Oculus. In fact, maybe we would have gotten different versions of Eevee by now if they'd made Eevee the mascot instead of Eevee being put on the back seat and being told, "Yeah, we'll get to you." Maybe we might not, in the interest of honesty. Oculus is putting that towards. Yeah, Pikachu with balloons tied to its body. Jesus Christ. I remember that one. Oh yeah, Wrestler Eevee, Wrestler Pikachu, Server Pikachu. That's going towards Vermintide 2, Jedi Survivor. But I will not allow you to put that towards Jedi Fallen Order. You're going to have to pick something else, Oculus. Thank you for the sub, either way. Oh yeah, then we got the Winds and Waves Pikachus, because they keep doing it. Stellaris, you got it. Done. Listen, it's fun. Actually, you ever think about that? The last Eevee... I could be wrong about this, but I think the last evolution we got was X and Y. That was a hot minute ago. Like, that was what? 4 generations ago now? Yeah, Sylveon. Anyways, what I consider Anita Sarkeesian a grifter? Yes! End statement. Watch yourself. I will. What was the argument about killing you? Theodore has left the party. It has been argued that Anita Sarkeesian started the current era of grifters. And don't mistake me, grifters have been around for centuries. But you know how we've just kind of have, like, a job that's basically grifter right now? It could be argued she's the one who popularized that. Visit. Well, our mission was only to accompany you on your way to Baron. Yes, that's right. But something bad is brewing as we speak. We need to bring word of this crisis to Mysidia. I understand. Thank you for the help you gave me. Bye. People who are basically carrying the party. Hmm? Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. Someone's voice. I can barely hear it. The sound design is impeccable. What on? not opening. Just jump over the bars. Look, it's right there. You can make that. Theodore's in danger. I need to hurry. I mean, I'll do that during the break, like all, because yeah, I'm starting to think this is actually a bug where the music is just like, no, no. Hey, Dean Badine, one moment, please. Let me jot that down. For Talos Principle 3, I'm actually shocked they're making it 3. Dean is going for Talos Principle 2. Jedi Survivor. And Leap Year. Look, Lucas Slaughter. In the interest of fairness and honesty, yes. Yeah, so fiddling with the music volume does nothing. For reference. Oh, I should test something. Okay, that's what I thought. So the quick save is the crap save. So no pluses there. Wait, hang on. Let me get into my spot. There we go. I mean, there will be some gameplay positives because it's borrowing stuff from the DS version. So, what you're looking at, World's Best Pants, is the remaster. This is funny, by the way. So, After Years came out in 2008 on the flip phone, right? It was ported to more reasonable things in 2009, that's the Wii, and 2011, that's the PSP. That's all 2D sprites, right? That's exactly what you're probably picturing in your head. The version of the game we're playing right now was actually a remake of After Years done in the DS Games engine, which was done in 2013, specifically. Yeah, it didn't look like this, to be clear. But it looked like FF4. It looked like SNES FF4. And it originally came out on the flip phone. That is not a joke. Hang on, I missed Killing You's thing. We finished Morrowind, started Oblivion, fast travel. Ugh, Oblivion is so crap because fast travel is an option. Spit. I've got nothing to add to that. I've heard that argument for decades at this point. Yes, I can actually say decades, plural, now, because we're in 2026 now. I think that was 2025, or 2005, wasn't it? Oh, God. Now I'm not sure. Point being, I've heard it since Oblivion came out. This is a fascinatingly empty dungeon. Uh-huh. Who's there? You're all right. Of course I am. I need to be if Baron is going to continue keeping peace in this one. Oh, there you go. So, March of 2006. I am still right. It has still been 20 freaking years. Do I know you? You'd think he'd recognize his voice, at least. If you're just a stray beggar, then please leave immediately. I'm a very busy man. Pardon me. And why is Kane just letting this go when Cecil is so obviously mind-controlled? Dude! Alright, negative to story. I'm sorry. Come on, guys. You're both dumb. Like, literally, you're both dumb. I know Cecil is mind-controlled, but even mind-controlled Cecil should recognize Kane. And Kane should recognize what mind control looks like! Because he's Kane! God! Ah! Okay. I beat Nuki. Sorry. Didn't mean to peek the mic. Sorry. Mind control is beneath me. Literally, in this case. That's an opinion, Dr. Winter. He forgot the mind control. No! He also looks really young, considering his age right now. The problem here... So here's the thing. I'm actually with you, Maze. I think we're running into an issue. I don't know for certainty. I don't remember the story being this... Let me qualify that sentence. I don't remember the dialogue being this bad in the PSP version. Like, you remember that thing earlier about how... Oh my god, the Tower of Babel is back! That line doesn't work. That line pretty directly implies that the Tower of Babel went away and then came back. I'm almost positive that exact same line in the PSP version was the Tower of Babel has reactivated, which makes a lot more sense. And you could see how someone doing a quick translation job would mistake the two, not understanding the significance of it. And that's sort of my point. I actually think the dialogue in the DS version, excuse me, the version we're playing, is actively worse. is legitimately worse. And yeah, like, Kane should probably be like, very well, or something. It just gives some kind of indication of that he understands what's going on. Instead, he's just like, okay, bye. What? And now, unfortunately, I gotta bow for like a minute. Damn you, Lucas. Damn you. What's really funny, PB Good Fate, is it really is a complete coincidence it happened that way. I would love to be like, oh man, I totally planned it so that the Oblivion line is, you know, the line from which all of the older reviews aren't valid. Because it's such a cool sounding thing and it totally fits the theme. But no, that's coincidence. It just, Oblivion was the first game we reviewed on the current system. That's it. And the worst part is this current system was specifically designed to review Mega Man games. No, that's not a joke. I realized as we were going through, you know, in the old system that the certain ways we were scoring things and certain ways we were giving pluses and minuses would not apply properly in the case of Mega Man games. So I'm like, okay, well, let me think about that. Let me think of how to make this work. And then I was like, okay, rejigger. And the first game we did to test the new system was Oblivion. Yeah, it would have been the Earthbound line if I'd waited a week. That would have been a weird sentence. Would have been everything since the Earthbound line. Thank you very much, Lucas Slaughter. I do always appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we've reviewed the Mega Man games. At this point, there are very few games that have Mega Man in the title we have not reviewed. That would be the Game Boy games, the Battle Networks, and the Star Forces. And I think that is it. Oh, nope. Command Mission. The Earth Boundary. So, did the monsters get all the people? Looks to be that way. They're all turbo dead. I couldn't even find Sid's airship. The Enterprise. You didn't? Let's just pray he got out safely. I hope so. Now is not the time to dawdle. Why did Theodore leave the party only to join the party with no combat sections in between? That's a weird decision. I'm just saying. That sounds really cool, actually, Shadow Machine. Can we just leave? Yeah, we can just leave. How did you get in here? Leave now. Okay. So, what are you planning to do now? I'm going to look for the Enterprise! I don't know, it's been pretty beaten up by the Reliant. I see. What about you? I go where the winds take me. Your orders, my liege. There was an uninvited guest here earlier. I don't know how he got in, but he did. Our orders, then? I never met that man before, but there was something about him. Reminded me of this cuck I remembered. Go after him. The Kingdom of Baron must protect the world's peace. Understood, Your Majesty. Okay. This is more Worfing, by the way. Cecil's just casually mind-controlled. Cecil is casually mind-controlled here. Or replaced. Doesn't even matter. Looks like our stay here has been cut short. Come on. Let's go. Go where? We're going northwest to Mist Cave, where I had to murder my one true love and the mother of my daughter. She was the woman, you see, who gave me the power of the Dragoon. Have a dual tech for absolutely no reason. What would it take for this game to be good? A complete overhaul of the gameplay, levels, spells, enemy design, boss design, flow, sequencing, totally different story, complete overhaul of the localization. Different plot, obviously. I keep going. Yeah, NPC interaction. Just a bunch. Just fix everything. Just fix everything. It's not hard. I'm not actually joking. I could see how you could turn something like this into a good game, because I like FF10 too. And FF10-2 was facing a similar challenge to this game. Now, I don't want to overpraise FF10-2. FF10-2 has some very serious problems with it. But it's better than this. What game would I compare Star Trek 1 to? Let me go to loreRunner.com here. You know what? I actually have a pretty good comparison point. I would compare Star Trek the Motion Picture to Mega Man 1. And I know that's kind of a strange comparison point. Fake news, Lucasfilm. But I mean it. I think both of them are a first game, right? Both of them are people who had no idea what they're doing. Oh, hey, it's a soldier. No one may pass. Why not? There's no way my father would give a decree like that. No one may pass. Alright. Hey! Brace yourself, Theodore. Oh my god, he was a centaur. How did we not notice he was a centaur? By the look, human being turns into something else. Anyways. But yes, I would say Mega Man 1. It is, you could see the design, you could see the concepts and ideas, and it's terribly executed. And it's kind of crap. It's not terrible, it's just kind of crap. There are worse games. Much, much worse games. I figured it much. That monster. He's got that soldier! You see what I mean? See what I mean? You know, I know someone who's in chat right now who spends an inordinate amount of time poring over every line of dialogue to make sure the word choice and the sentence structure and the punctuation all pop and convey the exact message that is needed and wanted in the moment, right? That person is a good writer. Whoever wrote this threw this together in an afternoon. Okay, in fairness, I also do that with my writing, but that I was not referring to myself, to be very clear. Hey, Seblinop. I hope your day is going well. He's got that soldier. We need to move, Cedar. A cave-in down here would be our end. Ah, okay. What? Like, the more I read this, the more this reminds me of FF7's late game translation. Which is pretty bad, for those of you who don't remember it off the top of your head. Can you walk? Ugh. I'm fine. Good. Then let's start climbing. Okay. See, here's the problem. It can't be a localization issue, really, because we already had an English script for this game. There was no need... No kidding, someone up. There was no need to do another localization for this version of the game. Like they did, sure. Whoa! 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 Okay. Okay, Theodore's dead. Just dead. And Kane there's getting hit for about a quarter of his health every hit. Jesus. Hold on. Thankfully I have some of these. Look, I need as many body bags, health bags, as possible. Okay, oh, Jesus. Okay, okay. Focus on the ogre. Focus the ogre. Yeah, no kidding, Reggie. Sorry, I was answering a question. So you asked, what's the game equivalent of Star Trek 2? So that's a little bit trickier. Let me scroll down a little bit here and hope that Theodore doesn't die so we can get some experience from this fight. Listen, Terranort, he's getting desperate, okay? He's old. Urquan Masters. Well, I haven't reviewed that, so... Hell, I haven't even played that. So I can't make that comparison. I do actually have an answer to that, though. I'm curious, because I know at least one other person in chat has both watched the movie and played the game. I'm going to make the comparison here. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do the same thing. I was just thinking about that, Maze, because it's like, you know... Let's give him the accuracy bonus. Let's put Theodore in the back row. I should probably go get that chest. It actually is Dragon Age Origins. How the hell did you guess that? All right, first let me say thank you to Shadow Machine. Thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. Always appreciate you. Much obliged. Let me go ahead and see what that was being put towards. They saw them smoke in the distance. That's what it was. And we're adding this to Tsarevna, Age of Tales. I gotta look that up now. I have no idea how long this is. I don't even have a guess. What genre is this? Actually, I have Shadow Machine. Although I saw the 2-year early access thing. Good thing, let me be clear. And decided to peace out until that's done. Okay, this looks kind of Souls-like. So... we'll put it down as 50 hours for now, and we might adjust that later. Okay, 1 second. I'm not gonna get... I was gonna take a long lunch so I could recoup a little bit. But I really wanted to finish Theodore's story first. This is my fault. It is 100% my fault. There's not even a joke there. If I hadn't delayed and tried to play anything other than this game, we might have finished by now and I could have paused. But nope. I had to be like... I love that. Did you see that? Kain hits her, and she slaps Theodore. She saw what Biggs did earlier. I was like, hell yeah! Thank you for the sub, King Venom Boy. Give me 1 second here, and I will jot that down. Oh, that sucks. We'll put that towards Borderlands 4, Horizon Forbidden West, and Jedi Survivor. And she's even attacking Theodore. Jesus Christ. Do I have an anti-paralyze other than a remedy? No, I do not. You know what? Here. Anyways, Dragon Age Origins. It's a shame Evo isn't here to hear this. Dragon Age Origins is my equivalent of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. And don't mistake me, Origins is a great, game, but Wrath of Khan is a great film. Both of them, however, are... obviously, there's some thematic comparisons I can make. Both of them are rough. Both of them succeed kind of in spite of themselves. Now, Origins is basically a miracle. And Wrath of Khan was something that was working with a shoestring budget. Oh my god! Oh! That was over half his health. Why, yes, I've played Chrono Trigger. Thank you for asking. I was about to say, how did that not kill him? It was 1,400 damage. How did that not kill him? I think Empire will outscore Wrath. I am pretty sure Undiscovered will outscore Wrath. Aw, Evo didn't hear my comment earlier. Evo, I want you to know I'm very sad now. Let me tell you the tragic backstory of me being sad, Evo. When I was an orphan... Hi, Paranoid Android. I don't know, Mr. Red. Wrath of Khan was kind of a very unique film. So, Mr. Red asks me what game would I compare the motion picture to which I said Mega Man 1. And I know you've seen both that film and played that game. But the other thing that was asked of me was what game would I compare Wrath of Khan to, which I decided Dragon Age Origins. Very good, very rough, very flawed. And I wanted your thoughts on that, because I know you've seen that film and played that game. Almost as much as I have. Almost. Actually, I think you have played Origins more than I have. Yeah, even the really crude, rough visuals in the bad brickwork match. Listen, Evo. Listen. See, amusingly enough, I don't think Wrath of Khan is as good as Mass Effect 2. And I'm pretty sure the score pulls out... Can someone do me a favor? What's the score of Mass Effect 2? Hey, I've beat it on Nightmare 2. Once. Never again. Actually, if I had a hyperbolic time chamber... 440. Yeah, I thought so. If I had, you know, the ability to have literally infinite time, I wouldn't mind doing another Nightmare playthrough of Origins, but the biggest problem with that is it is a... I mean, you know this, Evo, this is for everyone else. It is a time-consuming endeavor. Every encounter. Okay, hang on. Think about this, put this here, do this. Ah, I screwed up, reload. Like, I would never do a no reloads, you know, an Iron Man Nightmare mode run. That would just be an exercise in futility. That's a huge loss of evasion, but I think I'll take that for the defense. Yeah, exactly, killing you. Yeah, ironically, Origins is a game primed for getting a proper remake or a proper remaster, either. And will never, ever, ever get one. Like, pretty much guaranteed. It's never happening. Yeah, even though it scores about as much as Dread, I think Dread is just a different type of game. Dread is way too polished and way too smooth compared to Wrath, which is by definition rough and crude and brown. Yeah, it's another example. I wouldn't compare it to Link Between Worlds for pretty much the same reason. That is true, Eva. I actually agree with you on that. Wrath is actually longer than I think whenever I replay it. Rewatch it, excuse me. Everything's a game in my head. I don't know what you want from me. Everything. People are games. It's all a game. Wrath is longer than I think it is because it is so dense and so much is happening so quickly that it feels much shorter of a film. Yes, Evo, I'm sorry. It's okay. I got the cheat codes. Oh my god! Did you fall off the bridge? Dear me, what a disaster. You can find the cave exit up ahead, but you won't be able to return to town until then, I don't think. If you're going to save, be careful you don't save yourself into a corner. By the way, need any supplies? Yes, God, yes. Do you have a name? Why would I have a name? Because you... Anyways. Why are potions more expensive than Phoenix Downs? FF16, you know, that feels appropriate. Although, once again, FF16 is a lot more padded. But I could see that. Come on, let's do it. 7 minutes. I could totally beat the scenario in 7 minutes. And not even get a nap in. Death to naps! Death to the living. Well, yeah, because Wrath of Khan nails its outro. Completely crushes it. The Battle of the Matara Nebula, you can tell they spent all of the budget on that sequence. Like, all of it. And yeah, there's another Veilguard comparison for you. Oh, they got super creative. 100%. See, I don't mind the Deep Roads being long. What I mind is that they suck. The problem is, realistically speaking, especially with the insane development cycle that Dragon Age Origins had, there really is no way they could have made the Deep Roads good. And so, I mean, what are you going to do at that point? You can not do the Deep Roads at all, which is an option. Just make it a travel thing, right? Or, do what they did, which is make it suck. You know what's really funny, Ross, is Undiscovered Country almost had the budget that Wrath did. It was pathetic. It was not until the last minute thing that they got the same budget that 5 had. Just picture that for a moment. Undiscovered Country with the budget of Wrath. And for those of you who don't have like an understanding of what that means, they couldn't hire back the principal cast if that was their budget. That was actually a problem they were facing. Is they literally couldn't hire, you know, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. They were too expensive for their budget. By itself, by the way, I want to be clear. 4's budget was another pretty low one, which is why they did so much on-site stuff. I know that sounds strange, but while on-site stuff can be expensive, if you know what you're doing, it can also be really, really cheap. Because the set is made. You don't have to do the set. You don't have to do lights. You have to get a camera, and you have to do some dubbing after the fact, or get some good microphone setup. And if you know what you're doing on those two things, then outdoors is a solved problem. Now, there are random issues. Random people could screw with you. A random plane flying overhead could screw with you. Weather can screw with you. So it's a gamble, but in Voyage Home's case, they got lucky. They didn't have any real issues with that. It's actually funny, Voyage Home's production cycle was extremely smooth, no real issues. What am I doing? Equipping. What do you got? What do you got? It's actually a semi-common thing for shovelware, Greenstorm Mage, but unfortunately I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Search for Spock had an enormous budget. You ever wonder why all of a sudden we have a brand new ship, plus set, plus a brand new space station, plus set, plus the new set, plus the new Klingon ship, plus the new set of the Klingon ship, plus another new ship, plus another new ship, plus the planet. They threw money at Search for Spock. Like, a lot of people tend to forget, introducing something like a new ship or a new location like that is expensive. Yeah, ESD is just baller. It's still one of my favorite space stations in the entire franchise. Anyway, so someone asked, what do I prefer, the Fade or the Deep Roads? Yeah, TMP also had a colossal budget, and yeah, it shows. 3 new ships, tons of new sets. Honestly, I was about to say, you know, from a review perspective this, but from a personal perspective that. But actually, I think I'm going to pick the Fade both times. I just kind of find the Deep Roads boring. I don't find it particularly engaging. And so it's not really all that fun to do. By contrast, the Fade actually has what I would call dungeon design. Some interesting looping, some figuring out the powers, using the powers in the specific, using the forms and all that. Not just as a part of the puzzle design, but also as a way to push your way through certain combats. Like, I kind of like the Fade. I know I'm in the abnormality of that, and I understand. I can accept that. The biggest problem with the Fade is that freaking visual effect. And thank God it's a toggle. I hated the Fade until I found that option. I'll tell you that. Because that was headache-inducing. Best dungeon in Origins. Oh, it's still crude, Dark Witcher, I agree. Yeah, see, the problem there is if we're counting the final dungeon as a dungeon, which I think it counts, then it's the final dungeon. It's not even close. Like, not even on the same category. The final dungeon is incredibly well designed. And actually went out of its way to learn lessons they failed at back in KOTOR 1. Alright, boss time? It's shaking harder now. Where's it coming from? Oh my god. Tunnel armor! Yeah, Battle of the Denram's legit. You've got the splitting up the party, right? You've got the additional NPCs you could call in based on your choices, which is cool and then cool, like twice. You've got some very well-designed battle arenas, which allow you to use terrain and outthink your enemy and outflank them and all sorts of cool stuff like that. You've got lots and lots of drops, which is a weird thing to compliment until you remember that there's a really good vendor right before the final stretch, so you actually have the option to sell, buy, repair, etc. right there. It's pretty legit. And yeah, then you switch. You switch to the Defense of the Gate, and that's just awesome. Hell yeah. Enchantment? What about them? Boom. Nice. It did, Arale. Did you know? I think I agree, Lord Hermon. Temple of the Sacred Ashes has actual puzzles and some cool encounters, and a lot of it's like, do the puzzle or don't, it's up to you, which I tend to enjoy that kind of design. That's true, the High Dragon was there as well. Which one's the puzzle you can't skip? Oh, the Ghost Bridge. You're right. You're right. I was thinking of like the talk to the. Oh my God! Theodor's dead. Do I res him? This is okay. We'll go ahead and res him. We'll see what happens. Hang on, Blade Devil asked something and I didn't. Did he just seriously? I was looking at chat. Did he seriously? Oh my god, you stupid! Do any dungeons in Dragon Age Origins top the best one in 4? Not counting the final dungeon. I was about to say, that's the only one that would qualify, I think. Okay, let's get a heal out, and then let's get some... You know what's funny is I put Protect on myself specifically to deal with this situation. God, Theodore sucks. You can make a character suck and make it work. I don't think this game does. You know, that's just me. In fact, honestly, let's boost our defenses again. Because we died with our defenses boosted. Oh, Jesus Christ, she's still getting hit for, what is that? 1/5 of his health! You know what, just stand the back line, Theodore. You got plenty of MP. Which expansion is the most pure in FF14? Heavensward, without hesitation. It's not even close. Heavensward is a side quest, and that is to its benefit. Ugh! Okay. Yep, just keep healing, just keep healing. I mean, basically, sorry, yeah, it seems to be where we're at. I mean, Stormblood pulls pretty obviously from things like FF6, and, oh, thank God. Sorry. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know Stormblood pulls from something, I can't remember what. I know there's the FF6 thing. I suppose there's also the Omega fights, if you want to count that. I would rather not equate that piece of garbage to Kefka, but yes. They do have similar motivations, frankly. Just, I hate to admit that. I don't like Xenos. Although, having said that, something I discovered when we were doing the review is that Xenos was way better until the patches. Like, Stormblood Vanilla, like Stormblood Launch, I actually liked Xenos, with one exception. The exception of one cutscene. God, I'm into my lunch break. Could you just die, please? Please. Begging you. Oh, thank you, God. You'd have to explain that one, Aurelia. Although, please don't, because that would be spoilers. Victory! You alright? I'm fine. Was that thing the inhabitant of this cave? I'd say so. This time, at least. Huh? They must have come through here. They must not escape orders from the king. There they are. Over there, too. Oh no, like 6 dudes. We're surrounded. What do we do? There's no way out. What the? The mist is gathering. Excuse me, thickening. The mist is thickening. Keep quiet. Oh, God. I didn't need my eyes anyways. This is funny. I completely made up the idea that Cain was Rydia's father, and therefore, you know, in love with Cynthia. But this makes so much more sense now. Anyways, what they just said was they weren't in the mist either. That must mean they were closer to Baron. Which is almost English. The mist, it saved us. What is it? Nothing. Let's move before they come back again. No, Rydia's mother so didn't have a name that when I started writing dialogue for her, she was just listed as Rydia's mother. I came up with the name Cynthia basically out of nowhere, because I realized Cain would probably use her name when talking to her. Mist is ahead of us, right? That's right. Thought the mountain east of the village had caved in. We'll take advantage of that. Huh? They wouldn't expect a couple of fugitives to head that way, I would imagine. We're walking right into a collapsed mountain? That's exactly right. This is still not dialogue. Wait a minute, tell me, why are you doing all this for me? I'm not doing it for you. I'm not doing this for you. There's a man I'm after. Someone I have to defeat, even if it costs me my own life. You see, when I was a young orphan... A man? Who is he? A dragoon. Ex-baron. Hey, his name wouldn't be... Meanwhile, over here... What is it, Elder? Dragon, it's crying. Okay. Meanwhile, slightly to the east. Cecil. Oh, sorry, I gotta get my best, was it Liam? Liam O'Brien who did Cain? Theodore's Tale, the last of the Red Wings. Oh my god, I think I can finally go take my lunch break. 10 minutes? I was gonna take a nap today, and now I'm 10 minutes late. And... I have to go help my brother-in-law move some furniture, too. Whoa, that's... okay, that's some unlockiness. You want to hear something funny? One of the things I did to refresh myself on the story of this, when I decided I was going to run it a few days ago, was I sat down and reminded myself of the story of this game. What I find funny, and this is a concept I see constantly when I see game summaries, is you'll see, like, the beginning summarized and then the end summarized. And it makes it sound like it's like a 4-hour game, right? But, spoilers, this is not a 4-hour game. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the middle. Anyways, I'm gonna go break. I do not promise to be back after the lunch break. I might just take the second shift off, because I am very tired, and I'm about to move heavy furniture. So...